those with loved ones setting off today to begin their life in the Navy, stop by our friends and family booth to get a better understanding of what they have to look forward to in naval service. INVICTUS is a celebration of the men and women who are about to ship off to begin their training. Launch Week not only provides an opportunity to celebrate our recent graduates, but also gives our active service members much needed recreational leave. Be sure to thank a starman today.
Alone, we are worlds apart. But together, we are an empire formed by purpose. To live, to thrive, to fight. Our enemies adapt in the chaos. Threats are shifting and ever-changing. And new challenges emerge to try us and tear us apart. Unpredictable are our battles. Unrelenting is our fight. But no matter the forces against us, we will prevail. We rise as one, and together, we hold our ground. With everything that we have, now is the time to unite in purpose.
Although INVICTUS is a celebration of the men and women who are about to ship off to begin their training, Launch Week not only provides an opportunity to celebrate our recent graduates.
Hello, everybody.
Our active service members much needed.
I'm realizing as well that I have screwed this up already. 1 second, folks. Let us put this to a resolution that actually works. Oh, would you look at that? We're here. CIG knocking it out of the park, as always, with the Invictus trailers. They are the best trailer of the year, and I will die on that hill. I mean, obviously the ship trailers are good, but the Invictus trailers are just a whole nother thing.
A time-honored tradition since
We are here at Invictus.
INVICTUS Launch Week is an opportunity for the public and the UEE
Just get my chat window set up.
of men and women who are about to join our ranks to defend the Empire and give you an opportunity to see the latest additions to our fleet of defenders. Please enjoy your day.
There we go. Alright, that's all set up in the correct locations. Mighty Steed is on Deacon's Idris. We will probably be checking that out pretty darn soon. I do want to do a little bit of science with the MTC first. That one thing being the Perseus isn't here, I totally agree. I am wearing my Invictus attire as well. We've got the classic Carrick shirt on with the Invictus jacket and our anvil hat. Pairing it with the security pants right now because they're the best black pants I had. That's the lobby. I want to go to the convention hall. Thank you. Actually get to go down here and actually see vehicles. Check the Asgard out, check the MTC a little bit. No Defense Con, yeah, there's that too. Idris P. Mark II Peacekeeper variant. What a ship that thing is. We'll see that in a minute as well. No Defense Con. Drake is excluded from this year's events entirely, pretty much. Good morning, Binks. Deacon got one, Johnny. I think he actually managed to get the credit one, which is even more impressive. So, the MTC. Not going to spend too long on this one because I have one now, so we'll check it out in the hangar. That's quite nice. Cozy little interior. That red light's a bit weird. Interesting. Okay. Like I said, we'll spend more time on the MTC in the hangar when we're doing actual science. Are the MTCs free to rent right now? Cool. Cool. Attack! Look at those size 5 turrets. Look at this. Isn't that ridiculous? I like the MISC turret design, actually. That's got good view out of that. We'll go sit in that in a second. This is a flaw, though. Yeah, it can't even mantle that. So you're a drop seat guy, and you're left with a 6-foot drop and a thruster. That's a little silly. And then the rocket turrets on the back. Once you drop them off, they're someone else's problem. Yeah, the guy on the left's gonna Gandalf bump his head, aren't they? 6-size ones on each side. These are good-looking pods, actually. So our cargo bay at the back is the same. We get the med bay with 223 beds. The tier beds, do these currently have IV fluids? They do currently have IV fluids. Would you look at that? The missile turrets are controlled by the co-pilot, E-Hawk. Gonna see if I can access those. 2 tier 3 beds. Whole lot of cabinet space. Goddamn. Loving it. Good afternoon, Les. These are your drop seats. Again, with that kind of silly drop to the floor there. And man, the guy sitting in this chair just gets shafted. He's gonna have to straight up like crouch out of that. Drop seat has the G-force bar? Yes, it does. So how quickly do you get out of this? 2, 3, 4. It's not as slow as I've seen some of them, but that's not bad. Hello there. Now I'm party lead. Ralph can have an invite because I know he's around here somewhere. I don't know who else is in party already. Can I invite Iggy? I can indeed. Blackie can have an invite because he's not in party yet. The lag has come back. I had one day of gloriously smooth friends list. Ralph needs an invite. Down there. There we are. I did. I in fact did get. I invited you to stop you from sneaking up on me. Alright, let's try this turret. Okay. Okay, CIG, I see what you're doing. Fire mode, gyro mode, exit. Oh, I can't power it on, so I can't look at the angles. That's unfortunate. But that is a nice turret. I do like the double panel up there. Keeps view clear down here. I'll send daylight one. Oh no, my friends list. We get out of the turret. Balth, I saw that. Don't want to be doing that to someone who's got a pair of size 5 guns. This is the Starlancer TAC, Mithras. Also, thanks for the resub, man. Appreciate you. Ah, my friends list. Where's it going? Why is Pete the only friend? I broke my friends list. Ralph, you're showing as being in the party. What the hell is that noise? This is just a suit locker room now. I have friends back yet, CIG? Well, now Sandman's the only friend. All right, let's try here. Let's go daylight fire, have an invite. Gremlins.
INVICTUS Launch Week is a great opportunity to see your taxes at work. As members of the Empire,
Ah, there's a person here. I want to go that way, person. Thank you. Bye. Man, that elevator's loud. So from the co-pilot's chair here, where's the camera for those missile turrets at? Oh, okay. I'll have to go look for that camera. Not the greatest view, but it's not bad. Now we head back into the stuff that's actually different. This is the hab room. We have an extended kitchen here with a new fridge. Pretty sure that wasn't there before. There was a pool table over there. And then over here, now we have this table. And we've got this weapon rack right here, which does actually have large weapon slots. So you can carry an LMG with the TAC. Whereas the Max, you would have to just leave it on the ground or in a backpack somewhere, or in a locker. So there is that. I mean, that's four mains, 2 larges, and 4 secondaries. And that looks like those would be lockers up above them, but I'll have to check on a rented one. 4 beds, potentially more lockers. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rent this thing to check for sure. Missiles or storm chasers. This is my my biggest annoyance. Why is the door not there? Why do I have to go all the way around to the engineering side to get into here? Why is this not flipped around so that the door is there? Like, that makes absolutely no sense to me why you have to go all the way around that. We'll just leave that track, see if I get rewards for it.
Thanks for the assist. Hopefully you're up to speed with the mission specifics, but just in case you skimmed. Frontier fighters stole a fully armed Polaris while in transit to the INVICTUS ceremony. Not sure what they got planned for it, whether it's some future op or just to terrorize Stanton. Bottom line, we can't let them get away with that ship. Navy's cleared us to take it out, so that's what we're gonna do.
And then engineering is the same.
Armed and dangerous.
Same as it always has been.
Recommend bringing friends.
Although, there should be an extra shield in here somewhere.
Let's go hunting.
Is that the extra shield? Is 2 size 3s in attack? Power plant there, battery stuff there. I seem to remember there only being 1 shield in the other one, but I'm not 100% sure. Quantum drive back there. This is almost good, and it's just slightly too small. If it was ever so slightly longer, too, it could be a Pisces hangar. Alright, back downstairs I go. We'll see if we can get the cameras visible. And then have a look at the Asgard. So, oh yeah, there is a camera right there. So that's the camera that controls those 2. Definitely stern chaser missiles, yeah. I like it. I would like it a lot more if it wasn't so slow. I mean, it's the same SCM speed as the IDRIS. Like, it's really slow. And they really did the Starlancers dirty with that top speed. The Fury fits, the P-52 fits, although you do have to put it in an angle. Talking of speed, say hello to Guardian the Second. So it does have a glass shield on it. I was wondering about that. Down on here. How do I close? Deploy armor. There we go. Although I don't think I can actually power it on to see outside, can I? But yes, the MX is a fully screened interior. It does not have any, like, windows to the outside with the armor deployed. But all of this, like, all of this, all through here, all of this is all screen. So you can still see outside just as well as if it was all glass. You still have an interior. Hi, Balth. No fist bump championships today. You still have an interior, but the habitation room is basically all gone. You've just got this component room / engineering room with all your components, and then more components, and you've still got your little weapon rack in here, and your locker is one of those, I think. Boot locker there, something there. There's an internal storage around here somewhere as well. And then that button takes us down. There. Oh, and then I fall off the back. Yes, it has no hab. It still has the interior for components, but it has no hab. And instead of 2 size 5s, it has 4 size 4s. So it is upgunned versus the standard Guardian, as well as having 2 big missile racks. If I just... You can see them up here on the top of the wings. We have 2 large missile racks up on top. The Guardian, this does feel, the Guardian MX, this feels like what the Guardian was originally designed as before they added the hab to it. And they kind of brought it back to the hab one. And then this is just, let's take the Guardian, but just put it all back into fighter. You're still going to need a place to land. And you're still going to need, you know, support. It's not like a home away from home in the same way the standard Guardian can be. But you've got more missiles, more armor, and more guns at the expense of very little maneuverability. So it is quite a fighter, the MX. I'm looking forward to seeing that thing out in space and what that can do. Alright, now for the big reveal of the event. The Asgard, otherwise known as Valkyrie 2. Man, it does look good, though. That chin turret is still... It's so low to the ground. I really kind of wish they would have pulled that up a little more. But the front half, this is all just Valkyrie. Everything here is the same as the Valkyrie. The only thing different is what you have up here. As noted, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 size 3 guns. And then 5 and 6 are down there on the chin. So the Asgard pilot weaponry is 6 size 3s. Because, you know, that's fine. Rotate that around a little bit. There we go. We also have, up here, in what appears to be not actually a turret, even though it looked kind of like a turret, an absolute crap load of size 3 missiles. Like, holy shit, that's a lot of missiles. I don't know if that can rotate or if it's controlled by a pilot or co-pilot or what, but that is a lot of missiles. And that does explain why that turret was so freaking chunky. Moving back along the ship, we have the same side doors. Balth, if you wouldn't mind opening the side doors. Thank you. We have the same Valkyrie side doors, complete with the pop-out weaponry, which is on that side. There it is. Has the door guns. There we are. And you've probably already seen there's some differences up in there. We'll get to that in a second. You've got the same door guns. They have solved the engine intake issue. The rear engines are now higher than the front ones. So you don't have the rear engines drinking the hot exhaust from the front ones anymore. And coming around here to the rear end of the ship, it's basically the same Valkyrie rear end, but with a slightly wider ramp, a slightly taller bay, and beefed up rear thrusters here. The Valk only has one here, whereas this has two. And this is your new, bigger, beefier vehicle bay. And this is where I start to really have issues. You've got the cutout there for the turret on the Ballista and the Nova. This is where I start looking at it and going, okay, why is this the way this is and not the Valkyrie here? You've got components on the walls. There's actually room for more components on the walls. You've got this middle section here, and on the Valkyrie, this section right here with the door guns on each side and the ladder and the entrance to that, there's a big old overhang across here. And the habitation quarters is upstairs. You've got beds everywhere, and it's all open to this room. So every time you open that door, or this door, or the one on the other side, you suffocate your entire crew. Because there's nothing between the upstairs and the downstairs. This thing, the overhang's gone, so now you can actually fit a full-size vehicle in here, plus the fact that the roof's a little taller.
The latest line of defenders from Aegis Dynamics have already been battle-tested throughout the Empire and beyond. With that kind of success, it's no wonder that the Navy expanded their...
And in here, in the Valkyrie, we have a ton of jump seats. There's 20 jump seats in here, on the Valk. On the Asgard, there's 2, as demonstrated by Balth here, and some engineering space. And then, of course, access to your front turret is exactly the same in here. My problem with this is the same space. Yes, they've put engineering in here, but those components, this stuff right here, and this one right here, could quite easily have gone there and there, leaving room for the 20 jump seats in there. Like, why not do that for the Valkyrie? Call this the Valkyrie Gold Standard, and there you go. Because once we get beyond this vehicle bay, which is already better, and has 180 SCUs of cargo in here, then you get up to this. Now you've got a window between down here and up there. So the Valk, you suffocate your whole crew. The Asgard, you can open those doors at will because there's a hatch here. So that closes up. Now that up there is completely airtight versus down here. This is a separate space. And then we go upstairs. Now we're in the crew rooms. Now up here, we have our crew bathroom over here, exactly the same. You got the window here. Sticky ladder is sticky. Let me up. Thank you. So we got the window here, so no suffocation's happening. That closes up, so no suffocation's happening. And then you've got your crew beds in here, with Balth and Daylight demoing those quite nicely. Complete with TVs as well. Like these are actually quite nice little beds. And yes, the Valk has 6 beds, but I'm sure you could probably find a way to get 6 beds in here. Maybe like extend it that way. We've got suit lockers here, which I don't remember if the Valk even has suit lockers. There's the armory, so 1 heavy weapon, 1, 2, 3, 4 primaries, and 6 secondaries and or multi-tools. And then down here is your pilot's chair, exactly the same as it is on the Valkyrie. Along with a computer terminal. But that's it. Like that. This is the Valkyrie cockpit. Pretty much everything in here is Valkyrie. It's just this has been squished up. They put a window in here, and this all makes sense up here now. Just drop down. Yeah, Valk is 5 bunks with 1 separate for pilot. I think you could probably fit 5 bunks in here. Honestly. See, that's the funny part, right? Is even if you had to pull this overhang out again a little bit, you could still fit a ballista in here. Ballista nose to tail, if the nose is sitting right here, the tail is like here. Like it really isn't that much bigger. The Valk is just the overhang goes a little too far and the ceiling's just a little low. Go for it, Alaki. Although honestly, even with the loss of jump seats, I still think this should have been Valk 2. Yes. I think the component should have been right here. Oh yeah, the angle part above could be more components as well. Yes, 1 shin turret, 2 remotes, and a pilot. Actually, I think it might only be 2 crew. I think all of the other guns... You've got the chin turret, which is downstairs. Yeah, so this is the man chin turret. With double size 4s. Pretty much exactly the same as the Valk one is. But I'm pretty sure all the other guns on the Asgard are pilot-controlled ones. Yeah, because this is pilot-controlled, that's pilot-controlled, so is the one on the other side. The missile turret, quote-unquote, I don't think is an actual turret, it's just a housing for missiles. So the Asgard itself is a 2-man crew. And then the seats downstairs for the vehicle crew and or side gunners. I like the Asgard, I really do. Like, this is a great ship, but it shouldn't have been the Asgard. This should just be the Valkyrie. This is what the Valkyrie is, or should be. Yep, we saw it, Alaki. Wait, why am I at 10% health? The hell happened here? Starlancer attack, I require medbay. Yes, the Valk has a man turret up top where the missile turret is on the Asgard. Yeah, it's just a Valkyrie work. That's what I get for disagreeing with CIG. 10% health. Christ Roberts has reached out and struck me down. I will say this is a nice little med bay. Yeah, the tech med bed just being right up the ramp like that is perfection as well. Like, that is really good placement of a med bay. Which hull was it that had the Asgard again? It was one of these ones over here, wasn't it? Yeah, the tech hangar is teeny tiny. Was it 3? Vent hull 3. Is this Asgard? No, that's a hammerhead. Alright, moving on. The MTC is a 2-man crew. 1 pilot, 1 gunner. Weapon racks and suit lockers for both. Hello, F8A. Always an incredibly pretty ship. Look at the number of guns on that thing. Oh, it's brilliant. Ah, this is Event Hull 4. We'll check it out anyway. Ground Combat Hull. Oh, yeah, there it is. Same paint scheme, though. I was wondering about that. I'm guessing I can't just walk up here and rent the Asgard, huh? Nope, not yet. Oh yes, the new turret on the tank. That's the other thing. The tank is now capable of carrying this absolute monstrosity. A size 6, 7. I think it's actually size 5, but it has stats of size 7s. Ballistic Gatling gun. This thing is absolutely lethal. It does 3,250 DPS. It has over 3,000 rounds of ammunition. It does ridiculous damage. It's just crazy. I mean, yes, technically the Slayer cannon in a post-buff state is, in theory, better. But you're if you miss once with that, you're waiting. You miss with that, the next round's coming in less than a second. Couple hundred rounds a minute. It does very, very well. I'm gonna figure that pretty much all the script has already been found, so I'm not gonna bother really looking for that. I'm just gonna head for the hangar and see what we're doing. The answer to that is no, I cannot invite hybrid. I'm gonna give Deacon lead back, and hopefully you still have a friends list.
The UEE Navy's small but elite group of vehicle operators trained for a variety of operations. Before their combat search and rescue training, they are some of the few non-marine military personnel who are invited to train with the Marines on the hostile environment naval service.
Because my friends list has gone poof. Objective withdrawn. They're still working away on it. Oh, it withdraws when it goes to the next phase. That makes sense.
While fighters like the Hornet and Gladius have become synonymous with the UEE Navy, the truth is that with the variety of operations over the vastness of the Empire, the Navy utilizes...
I figure it's probably got about the same elevation and depression limits as the Slayer cannon was. Oh yes, rentals. Hello, traveler. What have we got today? Firebird, Comet, Saber, Alley, Gladius, Valiant.
INVICTUS Launch Week is a great opportunity to see your taxes at work. As members of the Empire, it's your right
Hammerhead, the Deemer,
positions of the UEE.
Harbinger. There's the MTC. Nothing really rentable as of yet. Just rent ourselves an extra MTC. Ooh. No, we won't. I'm gonna go apply the paint first.
The UEE Navy's small but elite group of vehicle operators trained for a variety of
It's like they want to forget the tally exists. Actually, yeah, the tally's not in the hall this year either, is it? Where's the map? Is there a map? Map's back up there. It's on the rental list. It was on the rental list. There it is. Tally's on the rental list.
Although INVICTUS is a celebration of the men and women who are about to ship off to begin their training, Launch Week not only provides an opportunity
I don't
to celebrate our recent graduates,
think it's in the halls anywhere.
it gives our active service members...
Hammerhead, Asgard, Mantis. Nope.
Be sure to thank a starman today.
Downstairs is the oh yeah, we should check that out. Downstairs is the new armor sets from the patch packages, as well as a couple more ground vehicles like the Ursas down here.
For centuries,
The Cyclone and the Ursa.
friends and family came together and celebrated the pillars of duty, service.
Yeah, it's the paint locker explosions. We have the New Dawn set, which is the kind of teal and orange tiger stripey looking set, complete with the matching bolt gun. There is a matching Vanguard paint that goes with that as well. And then this one is the Clawed Steel, which is probably my favorite of them, to be honest. It's kind of like almost tribal looking, multiple blue paint. This one's my favorite. If I was going to buy one of the patch bundles, which I'm not going to, because as much as I like ADP Mark IV, I like the green stuff. And I don't really need a Vanguard skin. And then this one over here is the True Valor. It's kind of a yellow tiger combined with like blue and white stripiness. A lot going on in this one. There's just some work in progressy stuff in here. Probably none of the script hanging around. I would have to guess that people have already been through here and stolen it all. Yeah, the middle one's quite nice. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, there's an invisible wall here. Sad face. Oh well. Yeah, that's all that's downstairs. There's no hologram room at Invictus this year.
As members of the Empire, it's your right to
The focus of this event is very clearly in the things we're bringing forward out of the backlog, plus all of the new shit. And less on all of the ships they haven't done yet. That's a wall. Do. Out we go to the lobby. Health check. I think he already left us. Alrighty. I'm also a little bit mad about this. How come CIG gets to put the models inside the display cases, but I can't put models inside the display cases? This is unfair, CIG. I want my models inside my display cases in my hangar. Oh god, the frames. Oh god, the frames. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Easy does it.
their first step to their new life in the UEE Navy.
The tram. We made it. Alright. The floor. There we go.
Tram now leaving the station. Stand clear of the doors.
Salvage Polaris Captain's Chair awarded for my service in defense of Stanton. Anyone who hasn't gotten that chair yet, I highly suggest just take the mission. We'll do it several times, so like you'll have opportunities to kill the Polaris multiple times, but just for the sake of getting the chair and getting it out of the way, just take the mission. And then people will do it. Especially with the Idris being out, that thing's gonna be dying on repeat. Now if I go and have a look-see at my web hanger. Oh, it hasn't shown up yet. Alright, give it a minute. Honestly, the web hanger is probably having a small heart attack with the number of things people are buying. Yeah, you get 30 script as well. $8,490. I'll have to see if I actually get paid. I know I'm getting the script, but that doesn't feel like I'm getting money. But then again, if it shares among everybody that does the mission for the money. So if we've got multiple Idrises out there, there's a very good chance that that money is being split like 30-40 ways. My hanger. Ah, the frames are back. That's nice. For now. Oh, my frames. Oh, my frames. Oh, boy. Hi, baby Carrick.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Looking for Grey Cat. Grey Cat. Attack, Grey Cat. MTC. There we are. Need to go buy myself some Steves.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Sounds like a plan, Nicole. Select ship. Grey Cat MTC. MTC Moonstone. Oh my god, the tires. Oh no. Oh boy. So I think the preview of the MTC may be a little bit screwed up. I'm gonna call it Sunflower.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Grey Cat MTC.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Oh my god, it's tiny. Oh, the frames are back. Everybody go away with your Idrises. You're making my frames die. I should still have my Nursa, actually. I'm gonna pull this Nursa out. And we'll put the Nursa next to the MTC so y'all can see exactly how big MTC actually is.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Oh, Ursa, you're doing the thing again.
System off. Welcome to Robert Space
There we go. I can steer. Would you look at that?
System check.
Alright, there it is. Ursa next to MTC. And therein lies the problem that I can already see with this vehicle. That is a chunky boy. As long as the gun is down, it's fine, Balth? That's good to know, thank you. Let me close that up again real fast. So it does come out to about here, but when it's down, it folds under, so it's not that far out. Primary light is this kind of white. I do quite like that. What about auxiliary? Okay, I can get down with the blue. The blue is good. I wish the suit lockers actually worked for something. That's my heavy weapon slot. What about emergency? Pretty classic emergency. Okay. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and a heavy. Engineering screen. That looks like field generator. Fuse. Something. That's a power plant and a cooler. Outside gun racks? Where would an outside gun rack be living? If we've got an outside external, like, inventory. Is 3/4 of an SCU. Not seeing any weapon racks. However, it does have this. This guy right here fits 4 1/8 SCU boxes. And then folds it all up completely inside. Like that. Which is quite nice. I'm also noticing the Ursa is happily bouncing away. This thing is just sitting pretty, but I also haven't moved it yet, so. Let's try getting inside and moving it around. Okay, Grey Cat, I'm seeing what you're talking about here. More than enough battery. Self status is not telling me how much ammo I have. Interesting. That has pulled the gun up onto that mount on the roof. Yeah, we could try turning advanced HUD on. Build self, target scanning, config. Oh, it doesn't have an advanced HUD con. Oh, there we go. Nope. Yep, doesn't seem to have advanced HUD. Let's see how it drives if I turn the weapons off again for a second. So manually turning weapons off does drop them back down into that stowed state. Makes it a little shorter. Probably need helmet, yeah, and it'll show up on that HUD. Well, on flat ground it's a little bit drifty, but it's not bad. It's not quite as fast. How are the headlights? Oh yeah, the headlights are good. Headlights are very good. And that back end really does like the step out on flat ground now. Whee! Now the real test of challenge I park this thing back right here again.
Weapons on. System check.
So even after having moved, so after having moved, the MTC is still rock solid, while Ursa's sitting here bouncing away. If you're going full loot goblin Alaki, nothing beats the standard Ursa right now, or other than the CSV. The CSV wins. Being able to just put a 4 SCU box on the back of the CSV is an absolute win for loot goblining, and no one will ever convince me otherwise. Oh, there's a little bounce out of the MTC there. It's trying. Well, yeah, for gear and weapon loot, just put a 4 SCU box on the back of, or two SCU boxes on the back of the CSV, and you have that much space to put gear in. Let's get this thing put back away again. The MTC does not fit into the Zeus CL now. It is basically the same width as the Ursa. That's the other reason the CSV wins as far as loot goblining goes, because it fits inside the Zeus as well. We'll grab this guy real fast. Then I should probably check if the cargo grid on the Ursa is actually working yet. I feel like attempting at faster daylight is just a recipe for disaster. I do like the little noises the MTC makes. Blurps and blarps. It is a very stocky little thing. I do love the visual language of it. But, as great as that is, there is another king when it comes to ground vehicles, for one person at least.
Welcome to the ASOP.
I get random party invites all the time, Les. It's because I got my friends list so big at this point. It's just crazy. First step, RSI, standard Ursa. Here we go. Cargo box. Or 2. We'll bring a 4 as well. Now, really quickly, I'm going to go and get myself a multi-tool. And probably an undersuit and helmet so I can see what I'm doing. Right, any children in the audience, cover your eyes now. Undersuit. Helmet. Core armor. Yes, my choice of freight elevator is the inside of a very foggy star, or a black void. One of the two. Pick your poison at that point. And utility. One of those, please. The new P8, that's the Volt SMG I got earlier. Where's the Gallant rifle I got earlier? That's the Gallant rifle I got earlier. Cool. Wait. Note to self. Ammo. I bought a bunch of it. Where is it? There it is. Is that all of it? And yes, it is. Okay, moving on. I would love to see the Scorp with the missile turret, Ralph. Give me a second to finish this science. Gonna go fetch the Ursa first. Yeah, see, I've got Portal to Another Star and the Darkness of the Universe. Pick your poison. I got both. I'm guessing you got the missile turret, Ralph? Okay, now the Ursa... The button, there it is. This is a cargo grid, so if you fold all of these guys up... Then we drive this over to the thingy.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Enough. Button. No, that's down. I didn't want that to go down. Where's the button for... Okay, fine, we'll do it from outside. There's a button there somewhere, but I don't know where it is. Excellent. Out from the void comes a 4 SCU box. More importantly, that 2 SCU box. This guy should go Right. Ooh. There. But I see they definitely have not fixed that cargo grid. At all. I mean, it fits, but that cargo grid is not a cargo grid. I will try a 1 SCU box, Gil. That's a good idea. Hybrid, you're gonna have to talk to Deacon. I gave him lead back because I don't have a friends list. My friends list is gone. It fits, but it does not sit. Yes, freight elevator right now, thank you. Down we go. Right. Boxes. 1 SCU times 2. This one over here for a minute. 1 SCU storage box. Beginning Ursa science. Is it the same as the Pisces? Where it doesn't like bigger boxes? No, it just doesn't like boxes. I mean, that's definitely sitting in there better than the 2 SCU did. But it's definitely not snapping. It doesn't like a second SCU. Oh. Just toss that over there with the other one. How well are you going to stay there when I start doing donuts in the middle of the hangar? Because that's something that's annoyed me with the Ursa before, is like you can put components in here and then you start moving and it just throws it right out the back. There he goes. Box ejection system still functional. Where's the nearest ASOP terminal? That's it right there, isn't it? I would say have fun with your responsible adulting citizen decks, but I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. Good luck with the responsible adulting. There you go. That's much more accurate. Let's take the 1 SCU box and put it over here. Right. And now, we will call the actual king of one-person loot goblin rovers.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
There it is. Make sure it's got the correct livery. I don't even remember if I still have the correct livery. I think I do. Yes, I do.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Cool. Ooh, it's getting a little warm in here. Oh god, the gross Ursa. I'm gonna have to go park this somewhere because it's just gonna keep coming up and down now. Here we are. The actual king of one-person loot goblin and ground vehicles. If you need your loot goblined, and you're one person, possibly two, you bring one of these. Because you have 2/3 of an SCU, almost 3/4 of an SCU, in external storage here at the back. You have a built-in slot for your tractor beam right there. And if I go drive this over to the cargo elevator.
Systems activated. Systems on.
Is this the void, or is this... Oh, this is the wrong void. Over to the next. I'm not the party leader, Aleki. Spin it around. Oh. Why did suddenly everything get frosty? What has happened here? Oh. Whoa. Spooky. Deacon has party lead. The power of the void. But yes. You take your 4 SCU box and you go shtoink. And now you have all the loot goblining you will ever... Oh god. Oh yeah, all the friggin' things are offset, including apparently the CSV, but it's still attached. But now you have all the looting you will ever need, because that's 4 SCUs of stuff. I challenge you to fill 4 SCUs of stuff. That's 1%. That Gallant Rifle is. I can take this whole set of gear right here, and put all... This is heavy armor. Put this whole thing in here. No worries, 8%. Deacon did get his Idris. We will be checking that out shortly. I'm going to go visit Ralph's hangar for his Scorpius as well. Do 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 do. Doop 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 doop. There we are. Johnny has not gotten his yet. His is coming in the next wave. Possibly the wave after that. Johnny's being a mad lad and war bonding his, so like wave 3, 4, and 5, and hell, definitely wave 6. He'll have much better chances of getting it. I'm absolutely floored that Deacon managed to get his with credit in Wave 1. Like, that's some insane levels of speed. My offset cargo box. Let's go put this in one of the slots. Oh god. This is fine. It gets a little heavy normally, but with the weight of the box even further back, there's a problem. Which one are you buying, Mithras? Alright, Ralph, you're here, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Okay. I'll be right there. I want to see this new, skin on the, Scorpius as well as that turret. Okay, you mean the IDRIS K upgrade kit? You cannot use coupons on the upgrade kits. The upgrade kits count as, ship parts, so they are not available to use the coupon on. The Drake. Oh, the Kraken. Okay, that makes more sense. Best of luck getting the Kraken, Mithras. Ralph, where's your hanger gone? I'll go back to Riker. Welcome back, Zul. I might take another pop back to that convention floor. Depends what Deacon's doing and where he's at. I see daylight in Balth. I don't know if Deacon's even on this shard, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. What are Daylight and Balth doing down there? I must go and find out. Let me guess, Balth's large hangar. Smelling the new ship smell before us hobos show up. Daylight's invisible. And, yes, Balth is testing with the Phoenix. I will come have a look-see. Alright, let's see it. Close this thing up. How close does that turret get to the top? But the turret is in undeployed lowered formation. Oh, that is close. Yeah, that is touching and wiggling. Yeah, it's at a strange angle now too. MTC is not happy inside of Phoenix. Noted. It's crazy how that little teeny tiny height difference can make such a difference when you're trying to put it inside of stuff. Where's the way back down again? Is it this thing? It is. Yeah, normal Ursa fits fine, Zol. With room to spare. It's just that the MTC is a good chunk taller. Even with the turret lowered. Let's go have a look-see at Ralph's Scorpius. And then I'll head back for the hulls. And take one last look at that Asgard. Before we fly out to wherever Deacon's gone. As far as I'm concerned... Oh, God. I'm back in Bal's hangar. I'll have to go back to the lobby and back out. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the CSV still wins if you're alone. The MTC is marginally better as a transport, like a runabout for 2 people. But as far as, like, taking an Ursa-sized vehicle, it's really, really hard to justify taking anything over the medical Ursa. Like, standard Ursa versus MTC is pretty close. As far as, like, you give and take some things, like it's got bigger guns, it's got suit lockers, it's got less seats, but it has a better weapon rack. So, like, there's give and take. But as far as, like, I'm going to take an Ursa-sized vehicle, which the MTC is, and I'm going to take it out and go somewhere with it, it's really difficult to tell you anything other than just take the medical Ursa. Yes, medical Ursa does fit in the Phoenix, Mithras. It's exactly the same exterior dimensions. Biggest ship I've seen land on an Idris is a Zeus, Les. Okay, that's... I'm sorry, Zul, this is going to make you want the paint job for the Avenger even more. Look at that. I mean, the Scorpius is already a really damn good-looking ship. But, like... Come on. That red is just absolute perfection. Hey, Ralph, hop in it and extend S-foils into attack position, please. Well, the front didn't open. That's unfortunate. Oh, now it opened. Yeah, it should be available across the entire expo. There's one for Pisces that's launched at the same time, Zul. So it appears that these are just the Invictus starter packs. They do one every year. Sometimes they're better than others. It does look good with the size, whatever missile turret on it, though. Size 2s. Ah, there he goes. There he goes. You're gonna need to be a little higher to get into attack position, I think. Oh, almost. There you go. Look at that beauty. It's making a lot of noise, but I mean, I'm not gonna tell it no. What's this skin called, Zol? Nightbreak. There you go. Oh, with the red lights on the wings, too. Oh. That is absolutely gorgeous. Alright, Ralph, you can put it back down again now. Thank you. Love it. Absolutely love it. That red is literal perfection. Like, that is brilliant colors. Also loving the red glass as well. That's very, very nice. It's part of the Invictus equipment pack bundles for the event that include the what do you call it? The new blades and that missile turret for the Scorpius and the skin. The missile turret is 16 size 2 missiles, Gil. $16 size 2s plus 8 on the ship itself. Or is it 16 on the ship itself? Are there more down here? There are more down here. So 16 more on the ship itself. The 32 size 2s with that turret. You do give up some, you know, longevity of combat because you've got 16 missiles and then you're out in that turret versus the standard turret, which is, you know, 4 size 3 laser repeaters by default. Which gives you a lot more staying power. But it is a dangerous amount of missiles, especially with Rattlers being size 2. There are Rattlers are size 2, Les. That's the only size they come in. So yes, that ship can have 32 Rattler missiles. And it still has 4 size 3 guns, yeah. Well, Zul, that's the problem with the Scorp, is the turret doesn't work if you're solo. Actually, Ralph, can you confirm that as well? Like, you only get access to the hull missiles when you're in the seat, right? You need to be in the co-pilot seat to get the turret missiles? Yeah, need the co-pilot for the turret. So if you're using the turret at all, whether it's missile or gun, you're gonna need a co-pilot. That or a blade down the line. The Scorpius is one of the leading proponents of the Please Let Us Blade Turrets group. Because I know a lot of Scorpius pilots that would really like to be able to blade that turret. Even just to slave it to pilot control. And not have it, you know, firing off at random things by itself. Oh, the convention center. 6 seconds. Ah, no. 3, 2. Yes, I'm here. Okay, we're good. Oh, it was lying to me. I had totally had a couple extra seconds there. Sorry, just hydrating a little because it's actually quite warm in here. I might have to go turn the AC on in a minute before my wife overheats. MTC does not fit in the cut list. Yeah, there wasn't really much doubt on that one, but it's good for confirmation.
Now arriving.
Yeah, the signage is really good. They've done quite well on this. Although I've still seen people asking how to get to the IDRIS in chat. Like, look up when you're in the middle of Area 18. The problem is people are so used to, like, especially if you've been around for a few years, you're so used to coming here to the convention center for everything that people are coming here to see the IDRIS.
Provides an opportunity to celebrate our recent graduates, but also gives our active service members
Isn't that the same issue that the Ursa has, Balth? The width? Because they're almost exactly the same width. The Ursa's like half a meter wider. I'm totally going to refill on the super burritos in here. Doesn't fit in the C1 either, unsurprisingly. That one I was kind of hopeful for because the Ursa's really close in the C1. But yeah. Can you tractor beam it if you lift it up above the narrower floor parts? Can you tractor beam it in? Like at an angle maybe? It is really tall, so I don't know. Bought rattlers, but they're not showing up in the VLM. Interesting. Did you buy them from dumpers, Ralston? Let's get ourselves a burrito and a drink so that I don't dehydrate or die. My god, look. What is this, people? Come on. I'm glad I equipped my rattlers yesterday, then. Jeez.
Hi. Thanks for coming in. What can I get you?
EE Navy is proud to welcome
Seems like you got more than enough already.
to INVICTUS Launch.
Hi. What can I get you today?
Tilapia Verde.
Decorated naval ships and
What can I get you?
their past was draped in shadow for decades.
There we go. And we'll have a patambu to finish off.
What you have? Yeah, I see you. Hi.
And an
Thanks
apple.
for coming in. What would you like? Seems like you
Right.
got more than enough already.
So there's the MTC over there. Zul, were you here early enough to see the MTC in my hangar? I don't remember exactly when you came back.
The UEE is a small but elite group of vehicle operators trained for a variety of operations, including combat search and rescue training. We are some of the few non-Marine military personnel who are invited to train with the Marines.
It's in the equipment packages section of the Invictus page, I think, Mithras? Under add-ons? Oh, you were not? Okay. So this is the MTC. It is half a meter narrower than the Ursa, which basically equates to the same size, width-wise. It is slightly taller, but that slightly, as you saw with Balth's Phoenix, does matter sometimes. And it is about a meter shorter lengthwise. So it does have potential to fit in places that the Ursa is too long, but there's not much by way of that. As far as the exterior goes, it's relatively simple. You've got this 4 1/8 SCU storage rack here at the back, which does fold up inside of the vehicle. Like so. And you have a 3/4 SCU locker right here on the side. On the inside of it, for whatever reason that red light is there all of the time. Is it there on this one too? Oh, it's the fuses. People have stole the fuses. Okay, that makes more sense. Yes, inside it, we'll just leave this one there. We've got 2 suit lockers that don't work yet. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 primary weapon and secondary weapon slots, and one heavy weapon slot here in the middle that folds away behind that, like so. Like that. Components are in the walls. Pilot's chair is there. I do actually quite like the pilot's view out of this thing. It looks quite limiting from here, but it's not bad. And it is quite nimble. We'll do a little bit of off-terrain testing later with it, but as far as like skidding around on the hangar floor, it was relatively quick. It's about 5 meters per second slower than the Ursa is, but it seems to be able to turn a little better, which does make sense for the fact that it's a short wheelbase four-wheeled vehicle as opposed to a long wheelbase six-wheeled vehicle like the Ursa is. I didn't see any deployable armor for the side windows, Les, but it got relatively thick windows. And yes, it does have more armor than the Ursa does. So it has slightly more health as for right now, because armor is not a thing yet. Over here on this side, we're going to skip attack for a second. We'll do this one and then go back there. Not a chance through the side door of the Cutlass? Damn. This is the Guardian MX. As you can see, that is a fully enclosed cockpit. It has, yeah, you can open up the armor there, so you do have a window if you want to run it with the window like that, but you can run it fully armor closed and have the screen. Unfortunately, I can't rent this one right now. So I can't really show you what it looks like with the screen on the inside. But yeah, no, it's you are able to fully close it. The missile pods are up top. Up there. And there are quite a few missiles in there. Oop, there we are. There's another one on the other side. There's what, 3, 6, 9, 12 missiles on each side? The 24. I don't even remember, are they size 3s or 2s? And then, of course, your primary weapon is, instead of 2 size 5s, you now have 4 size 4s. This thing is basically a flying hammerhead turret with 24 missiles. And more health. And the ability to function autonomously separately from a hammerhead. But you know what I mean. Weaponry-wise, as far as guns go, it's a hammerhead turret. 4 size 4 guns. Even has the same by default 4 rhinos. The rear end of it is... it's still got an interior, but the interior is a bit more Spartan. There's no habitation area back in here. It's just components. Lots and lots of components. Although you do still have your suit locker, personal locker, and double weapon rack right there. Missile pod sneak peek. It's the MX, except upside down. The camera was upside down. It's the MX's missiles. Alright, Alaki. Have a great night, man. Just throw a mattress in there. Yeah. Yeah, that's the MX. It's a simple design, but I honestly really like it. The whole having the bed in the back was nice. Lucky, I'll happily get one. Where's $2,000 to or $1,500 so I can warp on it? Because I sure as hell don't have it. I'll just craft one in game later. Yeah, I like the MX. It kind of feels like the way the Guardian was designed to be, and then they kind of pared it back to give it some living quarters on the inside. And I am always a fan of the Gundam style full camera cockpit too. The sneak peek did have lights on it, but this MX is offline. We won't know until we get to rent them on whatever day MISC is. Whether like there's a light on it when it turns on or anything like that. Hello, Fert. Good afternoon. And now, for Valkyrie Mark II, I mean Asgard. This thing makes me so happy and angry at the same time. Because so many things on this are what we've been asking for on the Valk for so long.
With that kind of success, it's no wonder that the Navy expanded their roster of Aegis ships.
Everything stays put, Ferg. The only thing that rotates is the rentable ships at the rent kiosk back there. That's what changes. Everything else stays put. I don't even think the components rotate, but we'll have to check on Saturday when it rotates. Yo, Deeds. Good afternoon.
Invictus has been a time for friends and family to come together and celebrate the
You look at it from the front, it even looks like a Valkyrie. Like, why? CIG, if you're listening, why is this not just the Valkyrie Gold Pass? Yeah, there are some ships that are missing. The Retaliator is notably missing. The Valkyrie is notably missing, when the Valkyrie has been, like, a centerpiece of a hull at every Invictus yet. It's crazy to me that the Valk isn't here. And honestly, kind of indicative of what they think of this, to be honest.
maintains an active, versatile fleet of ground
This is a Gold Pass ship. It really is.
logistics, transport, or even
So, as far as pilot weaponry goes, your Asgard, that's a twin size 4-man turret down underneath. Under the intakes, these things down here, I do believe they're either retro thrusters or more intakes. Actually, these are retro thrusters, so that's just probably an intake. Probably fuel scoops, if I had to guess.
although Invictus is a celebration of the men and
Up here on top, you can see the party pieces. That is not a turret, like I originally thought it was. That is just a big static missile launcher. That's where the missiles live, right up there. And it has a great many of them. 4, 8, 12, 16 size 3 missiles, or they might be size 2s. Those might be size 2s. I don't remember exactly what the Asgard has. Urkel, save me. Come on, Urkel, load. Do it faster. Anvil. Asgard. 16 size 3 missiles.
for a variety of operations. But for their combat search and rescue training, they are some of the few non-marine military
That is a lot of missiles.
Marines on the hostile environments.
That is a lot of missiles. It's actually the same missile loadout that the Polaris has for the pilot, 16 size 3s. For your other pilot weaponry, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6 size 3 guns. Yes, you heard me right, 6 size 3 guns.
Aegis Dynamics is committed to improving the
Plus that twin size 4 man turret underneath, which is the only other, like,
their reps and
manned turret on the
are
ship, if you don't count the door guns.
naval bases. The
Moving along the side, you can see it is a little bit
in their ships.
kind of bulkier than the Valk is. Oh, I have walked behind. There we are. But really, it's not that much longer. Maybe a meter or two. They have solved my issue with the thrusters. The rear thrusters are now higher up, so they're not sucking in the hot air from, or hot exhaust from the front thrusters.
For those with
So that was a complaint we had with the Valkyrie forever.
stop by our friends and family.
Still has the same door guns. Still has the same, like, side doors with pop-out miniguns on them. See you, Ralph. And this is where we start getting the changes that are just like, why is this not just the Valk Gold Pass? Seriously? Our ramp is slightly longer, slightly wider, and has this cutout at the top for the ballista turrets.
For centuries, Invictus has been a time for friends
And you can see the cutout there. Oh, were they for the rear thruster? That makes sense.
service.
Cutout there. That's for the Nova and/or ballista turret. This space is 180 SCUs, or roughly 1 Nova tank. You can fit a golem in here and still have room for a rock. It is a surprising amount of cargo space. Make note of these spaces right here. Yeah, these I really feel should be the rest of the components, because they've already put components in these walls, but then the rest of them are in there. And I feel like it really should have just been more components here. And the fuse maybe somewhere else. Maybe up there. Like, there's so much room on these walls for components, and they're only using like a third of it. It does have this really nice gold passy feature of being able to close the back ramp from all the way up here. Yes, there is buttons on either side of the ramp as well to open it up, but having this extra button back here to open and close it is definitely very much appreciated. You could probably fit 4 Furies in here. Probably. The side doors open up as well. And of course you've got your door gun. One on each side. Underneath here, this is where your 20 jump seats were on your Valkyrie. We still have one on each side for the Asgard, and yes, you can walk back and forth here. But everything else in here is engineering and components. But like, if you take stock of just how much space is taken up by these components right here, tell me these couldn't be in this wall with how deep this pocket thing is here. You could put a power plant in here. Absolutely. The components could all be back here in the bay. And you would still have room for your 20 jump seats in here, because this is exactly the same size. Does it slim down towards the rear? The thickness of the wall, you mean? It's definitely a little slimmer at the rear, but like, not by a huge amount. That's still pretty thick, considering like that basically is the wall right there. And that's your outside. You got a decent amount of space in that wall. And then like this stuff up here, you've got so much room up in there. The front armor being better armored to protect the important items, that's a possibility, Les. My problem with that is the Valk still doesn't have its physicalized components yet. The quantum drive for the Valkyrie actually sits above the rear turret, like the top turret. It sits right behind it. In the air, just kind of floating. It looks like a little box sitting right behind the head of the top turret. Other than that, it doesn't have the component housings like this. Valkyrie doesn't have this yet. So, given the Valkyrie is taking up this space for jump seats, so it definitely can't put them here, you would think that the place that they're going to put them in the Valkyrie is out here. Because the Valkyrie has a very similar cargo bay, just without the ceilings lower. And it's not quite as long because there's a massive overhang here. This is where we get into the other stuff where it's just like things that I've had problems with on the Valkyrie since it was released. Valkyrie has the cargo bay kind of ends here. And then you've still got the doors there and the lockers here. That's all the same. And the ladder's right there. But there's a big overhang. Like if I'm standing here, this bit is like way out here, coming across this part, and I'm underneath a floor right here. And then when you're looking at it like this, the Valkyrie has a big open space right here. So anytime you open the back ramp or you open either of the side doors, if you're not in a space that has a breathable atmosphere, congratulations, you've just suffocated all your sleeping crew members because their beds are up here and they're not separated from the outside or the cargo bay by anything. It's just air. On the Asgard, they've solved that. They've pushed the bulkhead back in order to fit the larger vehicles in here. This is great. I mean, they may have gone a little far because they didn't actually need to make it this far. If you put a ballista nose right there, the tail is like here. The Valkyrie is so close to being able to fit these things. Like, it is ridiculous just how close the Valkyrie actually is to being able to fit a ballista. If the Valkyrie had that notch in the top, this raised ceiling thing, and the overhang was like a foot back, it would fit a ballista. Like, that's how close it is. But then you go upstairs here. Yeah, he's a sneaky mouth. And on the Asgard, we start seeing differences. One, that closes. I mean, admittedly, it currently automatically opens every time I get close to it, but it does have a hatch that closes. Two, this big old gap. This is a window. You can kind of sort of see the reflections-ish. Yeah, you can kind of see it there a little bit. But this is a window. It is airtight, meaning if this thing is closed, like that, and you open the back ramp, you're not suffocating any crew members. Which is kind of important for a dropship. You're not always going to be dropshipping in places that have breathable atmospheres. I'm just saying. And then just in case, for whatever reason, you know, like this happens to get opened up, and you know, now you've vented this space too, well, congratulations, your bunk area is inside another sealed room. So you've got twice the sealiness. Now we have bunk beds. 1 and 2. Admittedly, you know, there's 6 beds in the Valk and there's only 2 here, so like you would need a little bit more space. But like there is room behind this bulkhead, so you can kind of see it. That is bright. You can kind of see there's habitation here. There's space here before you get to the front of the ship for there to be an extra set of bunks. You could pretty easily put 4 bunks, and then I would just put a 5th one, like here, for the pilot. You've got your little food dispenser. You've got 2 suit lockers. You've got a remarkably large armory with 4 primary weapons, a heavy, and 6 secondaries. And then you've got your pilot's area right up in here, which is exactly the same as the Valkyrie. And then, of course, on the other side, you've got bathroom. And we are, in fact, still a vampire, because this is the Valkyrie bathroom. It's the same one. Yes, that's the Asgard. I am convinced, and I am going to like continue repeating this until someone at CIG listens, which is basically going to mean forever. This really should have been a gold standard for the Valkyrie. I mean, come on. If you just leave the jump seats in there, put the components here, and then just this overhang could be like here instead of there, and you'd still fit a tank. And then the back end is new. You'd still have all 20 jumpsuits, you'd still have a tank, you would have a ship that fixed all of our major problems with the Valkyrie, and has physicalized components. It's a gold standard pass. But because they wanted to make a separate ship, I guess, now we have this, which is the Valkyrie but better, except it doesn't have jump seats. Why, CIG? Why? Why is this a thing? This should say Valkyrie right here. I can guarantee you would sell so many Valkyries if you just made it this, with jump seats. Even if it didn't have the jump seats, I bet you'd probably still sell them. Because let's face it, how many people are actually filling all 20 jump seats right now anyway? And, because this can carry a Spartan, the Spartan can get 9 people on board, all sat down in chairs. You can put a Spartan in the back of this. Now you've got 9 people in chairs. You've got 3 more in chairs on the Asgard itself, plus 2 beds, so that's 5. Congratulations, you've got 14 people, plus a front turret gunner if you wanted to put him in there as well. That's 15 people on a ship. Like, you can do dropshippy things with lots of people in here, even though you don't have a ton of jump seats. It just would have been really nice to just have the Valkyrie update instead of this. And yes, Zul, I'm with you. An Anvil C2 competitor would be fantastic. And while this I kind of expect to end up being priced around the C2, definitely isn't a C2 competitor. Now we get on to this thing. The Starlancer Tech, which is a ship that is fantastic in all but like 2 pieces of its design. I mean, obviously it's a Starlancer. Visually, it looks pretty much the same, it's just darker, angrier, and redder. But there are some notable differences, especially when you get to the kind of midsection lower floor. Here at the back, we'll go in through the ramp. We have 2 Size 1 missile launchers, both controlled by the co-pilot through this little camera right here. They don't have a fantastic angle of lock-on ability, but there is, you know, there's that 12 Size 1 missiles right there. Same rear cargo bay as the Starlancer Max has. So you've got 32 SCU there, 32 SCU there, line of 4 SCUs on top of each side. Going forward, though, instead of having that big drop-down walkway cargo ramp thing, we have a med bay. And honestly, this med bay is really nice, and kudos to the people who designed this med bay. It is a great med bay. Thank you. You guys are really starting to get what we like about med bays, and it's really showing here. It's simple and yet effective, and I like it. And also we have storage lockers there and there. We've got a nice little fridge right in here. Plenty of shelf space there. I don't know what that thing is there. Yeah, they're leave me alone, run away at max boost, size 1 missile, just fuck off and leave me alone type thing. And these are, I think, tier 3 beds. So they're only basic triage, but they'll pick you back up, and more importantly, you can spawn on them. So, beds. Into this area, we have Hybrid's favorite area of the ship, which does have very nice windows to the outside for when you're sitting down. So if I sit here next to Balth, they're like correctly at eye level, so you can sort of kind of see the death that's coming to you from when you're sitting at these jump seats. However, and here comes problem number 1 that I have with this particular ship. We open this boy up, the central piece doesn't drop. I don't know if this is just a design flaw of the model here in the show floor, or if this is all of the tacks, but this does not drop. And the problem with it not dropping is, well, that. You're greeted with a almost head height drop. Like, there's my head, there's the bottom of the ramp. And as soon as you hit the floor, drop zone, the lights, I do like the lights are good. As soon as you hit the floor, if you're standing in that chair or that chair, guess what? You get a VTOL thruster. And I have seen videos of that VTOL thruster knocking people on their ass as soon as they try and get off of this ramp. So, yeah, that's the thing. You cannot mantle it. It is not a mantleable surface. I don't know, again, if that's just a show floor one or if that's all of them. But you can't mantle it. So yeah, your drop seat dudes, if he's sitting in this chair, he's gonna bang his head. Because if I go back in here, around the ramp, oh god, heavy armor is so slow. There. If I'm sitting in this chair, and I get up out of this chair, yes, that is in fact my view. Bonk. You will actually have to crouch to get under the side of that without bashing your head. And if you're sitting in any of these 3 chairs, well, congratulations. You're about to get yourself a VTOL thruster the moment you jump out. It's an anti-infiltrator feature, yeah. So that's my first major gripe with the Starlancer TAC. The seats otherwise are decent. They've got little storage lockers in the feet of each one. You've got a weapon rack between them, so you can store your weapons and stuff like that. So it's a nice design for a dropship rack. It's just kind of terrible actual implementation of the exit strategy. And yeah, your door gunner is also kind of in the way on this one. Like I'm actively like bumping into him as I'm trying to get out of that chair. That's a little unfortunate. This room is perfect. Everything about this is fantastic. I do a little bit wonder about the giant ammo canisters on this side and whatever these are on this side, given they're laser weapons by default. And nothing in here changes if you change them to ballistics. The turret themselves... Oh, is this one actually on? No. The turrets themselves are quite nice. You get a good view out of them for the most part. Your up and rear view is going to be pretty terrible, although as far as I'm aware, you're not actually able to point them up very far. And your downward angle is great. Forward angle, I'm told, is about 60 to 70 degrees forward. Which isn't fantastic, but if you're fighting big stuff, you should be able to concentrate fire forwards. I do like the overall design, though. It's quite nice. Yeah, if the lower part of the door connected to the upper part and it all folded open, you'd probably get to the floor and have more cover. So that would have been nice. This section, the EVA section, is basically the same. Elevator there, airlock there, ladder up to the second floor there. What used to be your armory, I don't even know if it's still labeled armory. Yes, it is. It's not an armory anymore, it's a suit locker room. They are everywhere in here. 6, 8 suit lockers. And your weapons have moved. Obviously, there's the ones on the drop seats. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, so 8 weapon racks on the drop seats. And then going upstairs into the hab room. Up this slow-ass ladder. There is another 4, so that's 12 primary weapon slots. Plus secondary weapon slots. And the TAC, unlike the Max, does actually have 2 heavy weapon slots. And this also looks like storage lockers above it, but it's the show floor model, so I can't tell. But that's where your weapon locker is. Here's your bathroom. And yes, that does actually work. And then this is your bunk room. Habitation room. Gone are the luxurious double beds of the Max and individual crew rooms. It's just this one bunk room with 8 crew members in it. In bunks. Our actual hab area has been condensed slightly as well. We've got a table over here now. And the pool table that was over here is gone. Although we do have a nice extended fridgy thing over here. Could be capacitor racks, Liz. Yes, the back wall of the bunk beds, this is the personnel lockers, all 8 of them. I do believe these are like ammo stowage, like above the Polaris lockers. He'll stick to shooting pool on the Max. This is gripe number 2. This right here is gripe number 2. that I have with the Starlancer TAC, and it's related to one of the gripes I have with the Max, and that's that the idea of this big O-ring corridor is just weird on these ships. I think it really should be a straight-through corridor on the Max with the rooms on either side. But on the TAC, we've got the hangar in the middle, just like you have on the Polaris. Except, unlike the Polaris, they've decided you can only get into this hangar from one side. Where is that one side? Well, it's all the way around the other side of the O-ring corridor. Why is this door not on that side? Because why? Why is this door here? The only thing back here is engineering, which, I mean, great, good for them. But, like, why are the doors here? Or why is the door here? There's one door and it's on this side. And yes, the Carrack has the same problem, and I bitch about it every time on the Carrack too. But the fact that you have to go all the way around that O-ring corridor thing to get to in here, and then they've weirdly raised the floor in here. I don't really know why they did this either. Like, what is the point of the floor being up here versus down here? Like, why is it up there? Why is it not down here? There's nothing down underneath here that warrants this being up here. I don't understand. And yes, the engineering room is also pretty large, but it's the same engineering room that the Max has. They've just copy-pasted it, because it's the same hull. I don't really know how they'd make it much smaller, other than taking these big fat things that don't actually do anything out. I'm assuming they'll have something to do with engineering later. Yes, this is the Fury hangar. It can fit 2 Furies if you're gentle. However, 1 Fury is much more optimal. And it really doesn't fit much else. You can put a P-72 in here, but you do have to fly it in at an angle and kind of stick its nose out over one of the staircases. Other than that, I haven't really seen much go in here. The MPUV doesn't really fit. It's too tall. You'll see when I lower the... Where is the button? Oh, there it is. But when I actually close the hangar doors, they're quite thick. Yeah, it's a Phoenix P-72. Yeah, the doors are quite thick. They don't have, like, the air shield layer like the Polaris has. And the MPV is just a little teeny tiny bit too tall when it's landed. So that's unfortunate. The other neat thing is you see all the red lights around the floor. When I open it up, they'll flash, and then once it's finished opening, those lights all go green. Green deck, green deck. That's a little feature I wish that more hangars had, is green deck. It's just nice and immersive and costs them almost nothing. And now, back around the big U-shaped corridor thing. Oh, look, another bathroom. Somehow I never noticed the fact that there is actually a second bathroom in here.
Although INVICTUS is a celebration of the men and women who are about to ship off to begin their training, Launch Week not only provides an opportunity
Interesting.
for recent graduates.
Can I open, please? I guess not. Okay, we'll go out this way. Derp. Yep, no airlock for the hangar access either. So it will vent that whole U or O-shaped corridor around it if you open that door while the hangar door is open. There's also no air shield. That's one of the things the Polaris does really well, is it's got the air shield, so you can, have the hangar open and go in and out of those doors and not worry about venting the rest of the ship. That's the Starlancer TAC, much the same as the Starlancer Max. It is slightly tankier, however, that and the additional weaponry has come with one problem, which to me is almost a bigger problem than the ridiculous O-ring corridor and the fact that the jump seat area doesn't work. And that's the fact that the SCM top speed of this ship is the same, exactly the same, as the IDRIS. You know, the massive capital friggin' frigate. Same speed as the Starlancer TAC. 110 meters a second. Making even the Starlancer Max at 134, 136, I don't remember, feel fast. Practically a racer, the Starlancer Max is in comparison. And that's really what kills the TAC for me, at least in its current state. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the drop CD area, and the hangar is too small, and the O-ring thing doesn't really make sense in my brain. But I can look past a lot of that for a cool AC-130 dropship vibe, if it wasn't traveling slower than molasses. The fact that I can actually stand a chance of keeping up with one of those in a 260-meter long capital ship is just silly, and that's without even using the afterburners. Especially for a ship that's like 2/3 engine. Look at all the friend requests I'm getting. Look at me, I've got friends. Are they on my friends list? No, they are not. So, how many people on this shard? 137. Yes. Pretty much right there, Zol. We got a heavy fighter, which is good. The MX does exactly what it's intended to do. Very happy with the MX. At least on paper. I haven't seen it fight yet, but I'm excited to. We got a probably overpriced medium cargo ship with side doors. It really should have been a Valk. And we got a gunship that will be outrun by literally everything except for the Hull C and the Idris. Why be afraid of the size 5 guns when you can just outrun it? In most industrial ships, too. Like, it's crazy how slow it is. And then, Grey Cat Ursa. Which I will admit, the MTC is a decent little rover, but did we really need an Ursa competitor right now? Not particularly. Is it going to beat the Ursa Medical for the ship or the vehicle that I take around in basically everything that fits an Ursa? No, it is not. The Ursa Medical is still going to win. I mean, I have an MTC now, so I'm gonna put it in some stuff, and I'm gonna mess around with it on probably Daymar here in a minute. But, like, as far as like a daily driver, stick it in a ship or ground vehicle, if it fits an Ursa, which if it fits the MTC, it looks like it's gonna fit an Ursa. Just take the Ursa Medical. Like, there's very, very little reason not to. The size 5 guns on the TAC, if you run them as stock, then they are Galdarines. And the Galdarine manages a 3.2 kilometer range. The problem is that the turrets only really show up for targeting at like 2 kilometers. And at that kind of range, the attack, while it is tankier than the max, those turrets are quad size for, or dual, I think dual or quad? I think they're dual size for attritions, and there's 4 of them per bunker, and like 30 around a distribution center. Like, they can absolutely shred pretty much any ship in a very, very small amount of time. And the max, while it is tankier, it's not that much tankier, let's be honest. At least when it comes to the Nursa, they're available in-game now, and they're only like 170k, something like that, for an Ursa. Like, even if you were running one of those and it wasn't even insured, like, it's not, it's not too bad to just buy a new one. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they can nuke their way through 1 million health of shield in the time it took me to get back inside, or even get to the elevator the other day. Like, the shields were down on that side when I got to the elevator. So that's 1 million health, roughly, of shield blown through in the time it took me to realize I was going to be under attack, get to the elevator, go up to the surface from the bunker, and then drive or walk from the bunker to the Polaris and get on that elevator. Any other ship other than the Idris would have been dead by then.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Talking of the Valkyrie, we're actually going to pull that now.
Vehicle has been delivered to the following
So I'm going to stick an MTC in it and go drive. I don't think Deacon's on this shard, so there's no point in me trying to like group up with him right now. Unfortunately, Deeds, Derdis, I don't have a friends list right now, so I can't invite anybody. The Asgard Bay does have a grid Zul. It's 180 SCUs. It's basically the Valk Bay with 90 SCUs, but twice as long. Or Valk Grid, I should say. This will now illustrate exactly my problem with the Valkyrie. Problem 1. That rear thruster is right behind the front one. Yeah, it's a proper grid. It's the Valkyrie's grid, just doubled in length. Alright, so you can see here, the Valkyrie doesn't have the cutout up here for the turret, so the ballista and Tonk are too tall. as well as this lowered roof section, as opposed to the hump in the Asgards. Got the same walls. Even got the same, like, it'll almost be a component hatch eventually. Those two, but not the back three. And here you can see that absolutely massive overhang that doesn't need to exist. Like, if this overhang was like here, it would be able to fit. And, you know, with the roof raised and the cutout there. Also, why is that not glass? Come on, seriously, please, CIG. You've done it with the Asgard. You must understand. You've proven you know that this is a problem. And yet. And then, you know, a bajillion jump seats in here. Takes up the same amount of space. No, it doesn't feel like it, but it does. That's where the one jump seat is. Then there's the hole through, and then there's like an engineering terminal here. Components are here, and there's just a wall in that section. And then on the other side, there's the same basic thing. Up here, we still have our bathroom, which is exactly the same. Except now we have even more bunk spaces. What they've done this extra part for. This, I mean, I get this, like, this is the top turret. But, like, we could make that remote with a seat somewhere. Doesn't have to be a manned turret. Can't see very well out of it anyway, because of all the MFDs. And that's, you can just about see it right there. There's the quantum drive. Right there. That's the quantum drive. Actually, I can probably just about see it in first person. Maybe, yep, there it is. You can see it clipping through the turret there. That's the quantum drive. Yes, that quantum drive has a health bar. Yes, it can take damage. I'm sorry, Valkyrie owners. I have now, unfortunately, told everyone where to shoot. But this needs to stop. That's just dumb. It's also a really long turret. Look at how long the dashboard on that turret is. Compared to where my character is sitting way back there at the back. Hands in the air. Frickin' turret. Yes, that is the quantum drive. It sits up there. It's not a physical... I mean, it is a physical component, but it doesn't have... God, I love that sound. Absolute wondrous noises. They have knocked it out of the park, but it doesn't have physicalized component spaces. But you could totally put a room here. I mean, you did on the Asgard. You could put a room here and have 2 bunks in it. Extend it out behind this. Have 4 bunks in it. I mean, hell, even if you didn't... You know, if you really needed these bunks here... If this was remote, so you didn't have to have this channel, you could pull this back to, like, here. Still be able to fit a ballista back there. And then just put these bunks across here. And you'd be fine. Now you've even got all the bunks. And just put a freaking window here. Why does this have to be a railing with no... Oh, it's annoying. I'm gonna go get my MTC now before I lose my shit. Where did I park it? That the MTC? No, that's Steve. Or no, that's the CSV. Steve is not here. That's Ursa. We're all around here. I think MTC might be in there. And no, I don't know what you need all those MFDs on a turret for. The Valk was so close to perfection, and instead of perfecting it, which they basically did with the Asgard, they've decided to release it as a new ship. And that was my, like, up there for my damn CIG, you being scummy, and then they did the flight blades thing on the store, and then put them in bundles. So if you want the skin, you've got to buy the flight blades too. And that kind of won for the scummy thing of the year. Alright, MTC, here we go.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Do I have a flip out armor button somewhere around here? Because I was told there's, oh, what is this? Enable shields. Power on, lights on. Oh, that's definitely shields. Deploy! Ah, there we go. We have little blast shields. That's kind of adorable. Although it is nice to be able to see. That is remarkably close to the top of that even with this thing. Free Avenger Titan is for free fly, yes. Yeah, the Grey Cat MTC is nice. I do question a little bit its usefulness compared to the Ursa, but fine. Oh yes, I forgot. Just, you know, size 2 shields. Always nice to have a choice. That is correct. I mean, as much as I've sat here being all like, just take the Ursa Medical, the fact that there is choice in more categories of stuff is something I will always applaud. Same as the Fortune versus the Vulture, etc. It's nice to have choices within the same category. We just need to now get the MTC Medical so that it can actually compete with the Ursa Medical. You wouldn't be able to unboard it. I think the Spartan was ever so slightly too wide, Zul, when we tried that. Because the Spartan is, on the Atlas platform, it's quite a wide vehicle. And the Ursa is already kind of pushing it.
Shields offline.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to Daymar because it's my favorite romping ground for ground vehicles. And we'll see when we get there what's in sunlight and what isn't. I don't know why this first OM marker jump always does a big freeze. Attack is still up here, that's funny. actually. That's attack.
Shields online.
One of all the ground vehicles, like at one skill, the IDRIS. See you, dudes. Have a good one. Question. Are you currently manned? I'm gonna take that as a no.
Check fire. Check fire.
We're gonna just do that.
Check fire.
This is how you want your Simpet to look?
Check fire. Check fire.
One of each type of non-tank ground vehicles, probably the C2. Or upcoming ship. I mean, C2 isn't upcoming, but still. There we go. The frames? What the hell? Asgard really only holds one vehicle, though. But I mean, it would hold any of the vehicles you want it to hold, but it really only holds one of the larger ones. My frame rate has absolutely died. There must be an IDRIS nearby. Of course. There we go, much better. Now I should be able to... Right down here. Oh, that was open the whole time. Oh well. Door open. Thank you. Hop in one of these side turrets and show you the angles. Power on.
Hello. How can Miss help you today? Systems on.
That is as far forward as you're able to fire. That right there. I mean, you can gimbal it over to about that. And to the rear, gimbal it over to about there, but you're running into lock with the ship there. As far as upward, gimbal a decent ways up. Of course, that occludes it on that side, but on that side you're pretty good. and then down. That's got to be pretty close to straight down. Oh my, there's a tally out there. Look at that go. Oh, and then it actually went. But that's the side turrets. The angles aren't bad, but they're definitely not perfect. Back to our Valk we go. Out the button. No. Where button? Oh, loading button. Okay. Onward to Daymar. Well, hello there, Ralph. God, that noise is brilliant. Absolutely wonderful. I'm kind of surprised I can't hear that.
Shields offline.
Top to Nevin back, and they have 63 ammo per Omni. That makes more sense. Off to Crusader I go. How long is this one gonna take? 4 minutes? We'll appease our overlords at Twitch. Run one of those. Get rid of pre-rolls for another hour. While this is going, if you guys give me 1 sec, I'm going to run and grab another drink and turn that AC on. I'll be right back.
Quantum fuel is at 25%. Quantum drive is now off.
Hello again, I'm back. Look at you doing proper mod things for your streamer there, Zol. Being a proper mod. Mostly valued. Hey Tobey, how's it going? Yeah, that's true, Ralph. Actually, 1300 meters a second, you're running a lot of ammo. That's actually what might have been happening to me last night. I was fighting a Scorp in the Polaris, and my turret gunner with the attritions, we were having a really hard time hitting the Scorp. And I'm realizing that it's probably because he was moving faster than the shots were trying to come towards him.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
I need to look up if there's a way to install Franker Face emotes for OBS. Because every time you do an FFZ emote, I have to go look at my Twitch page on the right to actually see what the emote is. Because it doesn't show up in my OBS chat, which is the one I actually use most of the time. MR, Daylight, Dunlow Ridge 8 shelters there, the garden's there. Nine Tails. Where's OM3? Is that Javelin Wreck in the Daylight? OM2. 5. You do have access to the missile turret in the pilot seat? Or at least the missiles from it? I do have a Discord, exclamation point Discord. M3 is 168 kilometers away. That means that the Javrek is almost certainly in the nighttime.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Where's the dino? Where is the dinosaur? Might yet be in the daytime. Can't quite tell. If that's the dino head I'm looking for. The dino head's usually a darker spot. You're looking at it at nighttime. Was that the dino head? Dino head, donut. Yep. Question. Security post Maluto. Where is that? Where am I? I'm there. Security post Maluto. That's going daylight. We're gonna go to the Javrek. We'll mess around out there with our MTC. It is a good-looking ship, the Valk. I do like it. I just think the Asgard is better. And the Asgard's prettier too, with the white base skin on it. That's a really nice skin. Not me doing org management things at the same time as streaming. I'm multitasking. Look at me go. And I even managed to not crash into the planet while doing it. Hell yeah. Despite not even looking where I was going. I'm like right on the sunrise line. That's gonna be perfect. Javy Javrek should be down here somewhere. It's right. This should give us plenty of playground for the MTC to see how it behaves.
Shields online.
Dropping to SCM. Gonna turn on the headlights while I'm at it. God, I love that noise. That's not a javelin rack. Where's my javelin rack? Around here somewhere. Ah, there's the javelin rack. I was close. Let us park. We'll do a little exploring.
Landing gear deployed.
Easy does it. And any minute now. Wow, okay, so the terrain was just uneven enough that I managed to hit anything other than the landing gear. Land. Thank you.
Engines offline.
Alright, MTC testing, here we go. Another point as well, they didn't even bother gold passing the Valk when they were making the Asgard, really? Please add vehicle bay remotes, yeah. At least we know it's something John Crew really wants to do. It's just not his department. Alright, I will now go outside and close that again because I don't have a remote. There. Valkyrie's all buttoned up and safe. This does take an age to get into this chair, though. I will say that, compared to the Ursa, where you just kind of slide around it.
Weapons on.
Enjoy the flight.
Suspension feels quite stiff. Definitely has good torque. Keep heading up this ridge. Its suspension is definitely quite stiff. It bounces quite easily. I can board the IDRIS ramp. There you go. I mean, that is a lot of torque. I'm not gonna lie. Physics? What are those? Even with a wheel off the ground. Kind of casually climbed that. Oh god, that rock isn't there. Oh god. That one was. Oh god, I can't see. I thought that rock was gonna be there. Okay, I don't know why I thought that rock was gonna be there. I have way too much faith in CIG's ability to put rocks in places, but fine. I don't know how we're getting back up that hill. Just climb it. But it's generally behaving itself fairly well. Well, the MTC's got headlights. It just kind of confuses the lighting engine a little bit. So it's actually almost harder to see with the headlights on. It's the same problem a lot of ground vehicles have. You can actually play the game now, ZSL? Hey, there you go. Apologies, but they have just released a 260-meter long capital ship, and it murders all computers. Oh. It's definitely a little bit too snappy at times, especially with the steering. Yeah, the 87K had a great run. It lasted you a long time. Bouncing. I always drive vehicles better in third person in this game, like as far as ground vehicles go. Where there were dunes out here somewhere. Maybe these were the dunes. Sounds like a plan, ZSL. Thanks for the lurk, man. Appreciate you. And good to hear you got the new computer. That's actually really exciting. God, I love it. I do love a good Daymar sunrise. I do love a good Daymar sunrise. I mean, I love a good sunrise anywhere, but Daymar's great. How far away have I actually gone? 2.2 kilometers? About going that way. Maybe it's a little flatter. God, it behaves like a monster truck at times. You have to, like, reverse to stop it from sitting up on its ass. Whoa! That's some air. There's the sun. Oh god, that's a lot of boulders. Oh yeah, I could totally see this being a Daimar rally vehicle, Les. It's not quite as quick as the Ursa is. So it's definitely not competing with like the Cyclones and stuff. But in the truck category with the Ursas and the like Ballista and stuff like that, or Spartan, I could totally see this thing bumming along out here. Because like it's not necessarily as fast at the top end, but it does manage to hold that speed quite well. And it really doesn't seem to care about a lot of different terrain. Plus the improved torque is insane. Like being able to just kind of climb basically anything. Is kind of crazy. You have to watch for that though. Although an Ursa would also bounce off of that. Woo! The restock tab doesn't seem to restock the missile turret, Ralph? That feels like a major issue. Yeah, it's almost like we probably should have had a PTU for a lot of these problems. Here we go. This is kind of what I'm talking about here. Ow. This here hill, I can just kind of be like, I don't care. I'm going up it. And whereas some ground vehicles would complain, especially when they get their momentum canceled like that, this just goes. This is actually good fun to drive. I am enjoying this thing. How far have we gone now? 4.5 kilometers from our initial point. See about driving over that way. Well, this rock is here. Okay. God, the suspension is so bouncy. Alright, easy does it. Come on. There we go. Start the landing. Hoping I'm going in the right direction. Sort of. There's a lot of counter steering. It likes to step the back end out a little bit, and it is very sharp on the suspension. So that, like, every time you hit a boulder or something, it pops the nose up. And there's not a whole lot of suspension play on the front. But it is genuinely quite fun to drive around. And you can do stuff like that, where a lot of ground vehicles would punish you for that. Oh, 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 smack. Grip not always its strong point. Traction is questionable at times. Yeah, first person view, it's just bouncing around too much because of the relatively sharp suspension, or stiff, I guess. better in third. But here's another one. From basically a standstill. Just, yep, I'm going up this now. Would be great for getting around the PAFs, actually. Or in Pyro with all of those steep cliffs. Whoa! Jeez. Now this will be a test. What if I just straight up? Yep. Who needs physics? This wheel isn't even on the ground. Just up the hill. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely liking this. Now all I need is an MTC medical with a med bed in the back. If they gave me a medical variant of this with a tier 3 med bed, I would actually replace my Nursa. Like straight up. As it stands, I'm still going to be running with the Nursa for the vast majority of my play. Because it has a med bed in it. Here, let's do it again down here. Nursa to MRSA. The funny part is they could even keep the MTC designation and just call it the Mobile Trauma Center. It was actually one of my guesses when I first saw that designation was mobile trauma. Alright, here we go, here we go. Oh. We don't need none of them there pathways. We're just gonna go straight up the side of this hill. That is nuts. Ooh, there's a big one. Easy. There we go. And nope, bumped. It's funny because it's like it's trying to keep itself going, even despite the bumps. But then every time it bottoms out, it kicks the back up in the air. Just how springy the bottom of that suspension is. Have we finally found a hill that the MTC can't... Nope, we have definitely not... Oh, yep, we found a hill the MTC can't climb. Can I crab walk it? That is unreal. Nope, not quite. Not enough traction. Never mind. We found a hill the MTC can't climb. Alright, let's see if we can go around a little bit. Yeah, it is very solid looking. This thing definitely looks like you can beat it up like this and it'll be fine. Ow. This needs just a tiny bit more weight to it, in my opinion, and it would be great. Oh my god. That is incredible. Where's my ship? 600 meters that way. Cool. Oh yeah, the javelin's right there. Oh, we're just gonna go backwards. Never mind, we're gonna roll down. No, we're not. We're fine. This thing is brilliant. I wasn't expecting my highlight of Invictus to be what is essentially a Grey Cat Ursa, but I am so down. That's a boulder. There's a Valkyrie. We've tried it in rocky terrain. I'm going to spin over to a different part of the planet and try some actual dunes without boulders everywhere. As soon as I get the ship opened up, of course. Right, exits this way. Gonna take some getting used to. God damn it, it's a good looking vehicle. Oh, hold on. There we go. Perfection. Yes, I've been taking screenshots this entire time. Markers for unknown ships. Is Ralphin. We will have to test. I hadn't thought of that part yet. Does the turret seat work okay? Let me turn the weapons on and I'll let you know.
Weapons on.
Enjoy the ride.
I don't know if I'm just not seeing it because I'm in a green or brown vehicle or what. No, my screenshot key is still print screen. Don't have it on the mouse. It was supposed to be a screen that folded down. Oh, no, that just stood me up. Yeah, in the video, there's like a screen that comes out from above when you sit in that chair. And I'm not seeing that screen. Now, it could be that the screen only pops down if you have a pilot. Because it might not be expecting anyone to sit in this chair unless there's somebody there. Deploy. Aha! Ha ha ha! There's a power on down there. Good shout, Ralph. That is enter remote turret. Ah! Good stuff. And then I'm guessing the undeploy button is also down there on the wrist. And that comes out from up there. Nice. We found it, Dendra. Button on the right armrest brings the what's-a-madoogle down. So you sit down in the turret. And then you look down and to the right, and there's a deploy down here on the armrest. That deploys the actual screen down in front of you, which came from up there. And then on there's your enter remote turret button. Ew. Yeah, it doesn't have a super high elevation. Also... Ah, there we go. That's... No? Weird, my joystick isn't... My V-Joy isn't showing up. That's annoying. That's a question. Now that I've deployed it, and then I got out of the chair without undeploying it, is it going to come back when I sit down? No. Okay. Alright, let's load this thing into the Valkyrie and head out to some dunes. And then maybe bedlog and see if we can find Deacon if he's still on. I don't know if Deacon's still on, though. Deacon went to bed. Rest in pieces. I'm sure we'll see the Idris tomorrow then. Oh, yeah. Turn that off. That is true. It's past midnight in his time zone. Talking of, where's Johnny? When is the next wave for the Idris? Do you guys know? Oh, I had plenty of room. Huh. Let's go find some dunes. Go dune hopping.
Engines online. Takeoff complete.
Yeah, there were dunes out there, but we'll try a different spot I have in mind.
Shields offline.
Next wave in 2 hours and 13 minutes.
Raised.
Bridge, Pluto, mining area, one's down there. Carnival Harvest is down there. I know that's near some dunes. Go down to mining area 141 and see if we can find some dunes there.
Quantum drive is now on.
Oh, you're doing the Hunt the Polaris mission, Ralph? Or are you doing one of the training ones?
Quantum drive is now off.
That looks like dunes over to the left. We'll take that. Doony stuff over there too, isn't it? This stuff looks flatter. Not loading ammo to the wing gun that got blown off? Like the capacitor's not loading ammo to it?
Shields online.
Oh my god, it's all covered with boulders. How am I supposed to do fast dune runs in this? What is this? Am I gonna have to go to Pyro to get some good open dunes? It all looks like it would be totally flat and great, and then you get close to it and there's just rocks everywhere. This bit's not too bad. We're romping around here for a minute. Yeah, that one is a boulder.
Engines offline.
Then I wouldn't be against crewing up to try the Hunt the Polaris mission as well if you guys want to. Oh yeah. Ooh. Ah. Eh. And first person. Can we get it to its top speed of 35? The answer to that is no. Not in first person. Well, maybe now. 31. 31. 34. 35. I saw it for a second. There it is. This is about as quick as you're gonna end up going in the MTC. Woo, some air. Definitely feels a bit more at home, kind of rock climbing, crawling its way up and down relatively steep cliffs that other vehicles can't. But you can get it going at a decent clip, bumping along over the dunes here. Yeah, I can absolutely see this thing being used for the demo rally. Again, it's not quite as fast as the Ursa is, but it can definitely take some punishment. And you might actually make up a lot of that raw speed over flat ground like this. Just being able to just say, you know what, I don't feel like going around this particular hill, I'm going to go over it instead. And it definitely looks smaller than it is, too. I mean, it's quite solid looking from the rear end, but like the side profile, you wouldn't think this is the same size as an Ursa. I wouldn't call it a must-have, Mithras, just a fun little addition that you can probably buy with credits when it comes out for that. I was more focused on screenshots than sticking to landing. As far as I'm concerned, other than like the Nursa, there isn't really a must-have ground vehicle. And even the Nursa, you can buy it in game, so you can must-have it with credits. But it is a lot of fun. I would be lying to you guys if I said that it wasn't a lot of fun just romping around out here. Is there a whole lot of reason to romp around out here? Not really. But the only reason I need is fun. And so that's why I'm here. And it has also been a massive screenshot generator for me for the last 20-30 minutes. So there will be those posted in my Discord here shortly. Ooh, apparently we were looking up that way. It just eats up ground. It's great. Oh, God. Yeah, that's the one downside, I think, when you're in first person. A lot like the Ursa, the wheels are a lot wider than your field of view. So you are occasionally going to hit things with the front wheels that you can't see, and the speed at which these things go, plus the kind of shockiness, stiffness of that front suspension, it is going to spin you around. Like that. But that's it. We should get at least one more Spartan chassis at some point this year. Because it was one of the silhouettes from SetCon last year. I'm also liking this, like, dark blue, that, like, not quite metallic blue that's on this. This is the concierge paint for the MTC. The default's like a white or light gray. You could loot and scoot with it, Mithras, but if you're looting and scooting and you're alone, there's not really a lot of reason to take this over a CSV or an Ursa. CSV fits in more stuff, the Ursa fits in the same stuff and has a medbed. If you're in a vehicle that already has a medbed, can carry an Ursa, and there's two of you, I could see there being reasons for this. Or at least, you know, an option being there to use this. Because for two people, if you already have access to a medbed in your ship, I could see using this thing over an Ursa. My biggest problem with that comes from, like, if you're using a ground vehicle to get to an outpost, a lot of the time, if you die, you're not going to want to run back to that outpost. You're going to want to drive to the outpost or spawn at the outpost already. And that's where the Ursa kind of wins, because you can drive your spawn point right up to the outpost that you're doing the work at. And that's the bad. Yeah, fun, but not a whole lot of reason to have it. And if you enjoy just romping around, the MTC is definitely a good vehicle to have. Because it is genuinely a lot of fun to drive. It does behave kind of similarly to how the Cyclone behaves, but not quite the amount of speed. The MTC does also have bigger guns. It's out the size 2s. But honestly, if all you're fighting is, you know, infantry, people on the ground, size 1 guns are going to be just fine as well. Box missions as well. At least until the regular Ursa has its cargo grid back. The MTC is a good, like, 2-person box mission. You know, run around the distribution centers doing box missions, or do outpost to outpost box missions once the clusters are in with Starchitect. I just put landing gear down instead of change VTOLs. Well done, me.
Deployed. Shields offline. Landing gear raised.
Let's go refuel at Seraphim Station. Yeah, with 4 box slots on the back of it, it definitely is decent for box missions. I don't think many of the box missions had more than 4 at once. I used to do them with the mule at the distribution centers, but I don't think I ever filled all 6 slots. Most of those were 3 boxes.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Alright, Seraphim, where have you gone? There it is. It's also visually great. I do very much appreciate the way the MTC looks. It's kind of boxy, it's got a very no-nonsense front end, but it looks like it's there to have a little bit of fun at the same time, if you know what I mean. Like, big oversized wheels and wide body stance and the little extra lights on front and a light bar on top. It's there to have a little bit of fun while getting the job done at the same time. Yeah, you don't get long if you get close to the ArcCorp tower. And you don't have to get very close to it either anymore.
Landing gear.
I just hope that they take that zone away again when Invictus is done, because I'm going to be really sad if I can't do my little buzzing the tower move come into the spaceport anymore.
Landing gear raised.
I want the landing gear down.
Landing
Again, I
gear
did
deployed.
landing gear instead of VTOLs.
Landing
Oh, the
complete.
box sounds good, though. Did you get a crime stat for that, really? Jeez. I wonder what the fine is. Probably trespassing.
Quantum fuel is at 100%.
And up we go.
Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised.
Yeah, I'm hoping, Burke, that we get the landing pad back on top of North Tower when Invictus is all done, but they leave that elevator there so that we can land on top of North Tower and elevator down into Center Mass or Area 18. In the same way that we can, you know, land outside the Commons in New Babbage or land outside the ground entrances in Lorville. Area 18, back we go.
Shields offline.
Alright, let's see if we get the quantum buck, because I just pad refueled, so. Here's, let's see if they fixed it. Seems to be. It just updated in the MFD that we're at 1.79. Let's see how it does when we cross the DGS border. Oh, hey, my salvage player's captain's chair just arrived. I was wondering how long that was going to take. It was impounded as well. Okay. So what, you paid the CS fee for 2K, ship fee for 5K. That's basically 7K in fines for going nearby Area 18 Tower. And you popped out of the clouds right on top of it, yeah. I flew through it earlier. Crap, what was I flying? I think I was flying the Metapin, but I was coming in a relatively shallow angle, so I kind of flew through the Armistice, or the controlled zone, in like 12 or 13 out of the 15 seconds. It was close, but I got all the way through it. How many people do we have online right now? Do I have a friends list yet? I have a friends list again! Would you look at that? Cool. How many people are here? Wildcat has added me to friends, sure. How interested are we in murdering an Idris right now? Or not an Idris, a Polaris. With another Polaris, because I don't have an Idris myself. You were gonna go to bed, Mighty? Well, we can do it tomorrow. Or Saturday, sometime. Not entirely sure what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. Where's Area 18? Let's go get landed first. I do hear the sounds of dinner happening as well. I'm streaming a lot later than I usually am. Family moving around. Oh, definitely the 28th soul.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Dinner is important. Food is important for living, as it turns out. Oh my god, my frames. Hello. You know, I'm kind of surprised I haven't run into an Idris coming in and out of here. Because, you know, you would think, right? Like, this is where everyone's at for the Expo or Invictus Week. What stage is that? Are you at Area 18 right now, Mighty? Let's see what stage that Idris is at. Or Polaris, even. Neutralize before it escapes. I think that might actually be on the final phase.
Warning, you are leaving a safe zone.
Neutralize before it escapes. That definitely sounds like the final stage. Let's try and get a Polaris kill. I'm sure we won't be alone, so it doesn't matter that we're not fully crewed. So start heading for Area 18. I will pull my Polaris up.
Shields online.
And we'll go smash a poo. Probably with some Idrises. If the previous ones have anything to go by.
Warning, you are leaving a safe zone. Warning, you are leaving a safe zone.
Do 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 do. Do do do.
Landing gear deployed.
Please be open far enough. Please be open far enough. Yeah. Oh look, an Ursa.
Landing complete. Engines offline.
Yes, it does have a tier 1 medbed, Dandra. It does. And you know what that tier 1 medbed looks a lot like? My tier 2 medbed on my Carrack. That really should be a tier 1 medbed. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, it's on the other side. Oh boy, let's go park this. Is anybody else online and wanting to smash a Polaris? Yeah. Hot the driftiness sometimes. Oh yeah, it has in fact just completed the mission. Easy does it. What's up, Lobster? It's alright, we'll just take the next one. We can do a full cycle. There will be more Idrises helping. At least you all know you've absolutely got the chair now. I don't think anybody's going to have... Who left all these tools around here? That wasn't me. I don't think anyone's going to have any issues getting the chair with the number of Idrises doing this.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
And... MISC Origin RSI. There we go. Polaris!
Your vehicle has been delivered.
Someone was talking about a white skin for the Polaris. But I haven't seen any white Polaris paints. There's the weird cream one that Wikello has, but that's only for Wikello's ship. And yes, the mini Carrack on the ASOP terminal has returned. As I said, it's now a permanent fixture in my hangar. Spectrum's probably imploding as we talk, but it's fine. I already sent you a party invite, Mighty. I'll send you another one. Also, I will send Mithras one as well. Oh god, the lag. Luckily, you two are right next to each other. There's my baby. No longer the biggest ship around. Here's the baby Carrack. It's such a good spot for it too. Like even when you zoom in to actually get the ASOP, it works. I know, Ralph. I know. That same skin is supposed to be on the Polaris. We just don't have it yet. I am curious though, because like all of that, like those skins, the red and gray or red and black ones, with the metallic red, those are all part of packs, whether it's the blades or the turret for the Scorpius, stuff like that. Or the Idris T kit. The torpedo launcher has the same skin. What are they gonna do for this? Like, are we gonna get an upgrade kit for the Polaris? Size 8 chin gun? The 890 is a capital Mighty, but she's also bigger than the Polaris. The 890 is 200 meters long. Polaris is 166. So the Polaris is officially the most petite capital in the game. And technically always has been, but... now she's definitely got another combat capital to go up next to. Ralston is apparently cosplaying as a space Nazi. I'm just here at Area 18 if you want to come here, Dendra. I'm not going to go anywhere until everyone's on board.
Welcome to Rocket Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Hey, Johnny. You have just under 2 hours to the next wave of Idrises. Yes, it's the combat capitals. It's now the Polaris and the slightly malformed friend That makes the Polaris look even better. We can give CIG money, we just don't give CIG money for those stupid blades. They made over $1 million in an hour on the IDRIS launch. They're not making zero today. I'm telling you that right now. Alright, invite coming up. As they get through this Lagfest of a friends list. Well, I'm assuming Spectrum's already melting down over the blade thing. I haven't gone and looked yet, but I'm assuming it's probably happening. Which is rightful, because it is scummy as all hell that they're selling them on the pledge store and not making them available in-game until several months down the line, and putting them in a package, so you have to buy a skin at the same time. Also, it's the only way to buy the skin. However, I don't think this has anything on the potential for, if they see what happened here and people buying those blades, and then they do the same thing with turret blades, that's going to end badly. And as far as I'm concerned, this whole process with the blades, this started back with the ATLS. The ATLS is a tool, not a vehicle. They sold it as a vehicle for $40 goddamn dollars. And people bought them in droves. And that told CIG they could sell pretty much anything. Tools included. So now we've progressed from selling a tool. We've gone through another tool. The Geo exists too. I mean, it's still an ATLS, but still. And now we're selling components. And it has the same exclusivity period as a ship does. So we're probably going to be like into August before we can buy those in-game. That's just scummy. And as much as I love this game, and I like CRG are great, they need to be called out when they do stupid shit like this. I'll absolutely still play it. The game that's here is great. And the game that's continuing to be developed is great. But they're absolutely going to get called out when they do dumb shit. And selling blades with an exclusivity period before you can get it in-game is dumb shit. Yeah, the thump when you fire those size 6s is hella nice, isn't it? Stick it in sequential mode, or staggered or whatever, and just let it like, dug. I'll reload it. It costs them almost nothing. And then the new noise when you get the size 3s on the side are great too. I mean, I'm going to replace these with NEBs, so I'm not going to hear them forever, but hopefully we get this type of sound on more guns. I mean, I know we will eventually, but like soon. Even just the other guns within the series, like the sound on these is fantastic. I was very tempted to put the Omnis back on the roof of the Polaris, because the Omnis sound so good now. It's redistribution, Mighty. It's a very, very small change. If they keep the stats that we had data mined for them, and I haven't really looked, to be honest, I don't care that much about the blades. It's the premise of them being in the store that I'm more mad about, rather than the blades themselves. It was like you lose like 5 or 10 meters per second top speed to gain a degree or 2 per second faster rotation time. It's itty bitty little rebalances and changes, like a little bit less speed for a little bit more agility, or a little bit more agility for, or a little bit less agility for a little bit more speed. Like, it's give and take. There are some that make much more sense than others. Like, the Gladius, for example, is almost never going to take speed over agility. Pretty much every Gladius pilot's going to go straight for the agility and call it a day right there. The ones for the Hammerhead, I'm like, the Hammerhead, I mean, agility, I guess. Top speed already isn't fantastic. Yeah, crafting them at higher tiers down the line will have a much, much bigger effect. And down the line, we'll have them in-game anyway. It's the principle of a flight-affecting piece of gear, a component, being in the store. It's like them saying, you know, the XL1 quantum drive is now in the store for 6 months and can't be bought or found in game. And the other part of this is, like, I'm usually fine with people buying shit on the store, like the pledge armor and stuff, because, like, you could just loot it. I mean, you can't right now because tier 0, but once we have tier 1 and 2, you'll be able to loot it again. You know, if people go out and get rare weapons, obviously they're getting them in-game, not the store, but still, they go out and they get rare weapons, you can go and salvage their ship and take their rare weapons, like NDBs and stuff like that. With these flight blades, they're not even physicalized at the moment. So, like, even if you were to fight someone who had a flight blade and kill them, soft death their ship, and then like go in and board it and salvage their stuff, the blade doesn't exist physically within the ship, so you can't salvage that. Mithras, are you not getting these invites? And yeah, we need to call them out before they do it with turret blades. Alright, who has Mithras on their friend list that I can send party lead to get Mithras an invite? Because I probably bugged my invites going to him by inviting him while he was loading. Alright. Ralph, you now have group lead. Go ahead and invite Mithras. A wonderful noise. And it's funny because it's different here in the man turret versus when you go into the remote turret. The man turret, you kind of hear it, you know, as if it's outside, because it is. The gun's on the other side of some glass from you. Whereas when you're in the remote turret, the guns are like right there next to the camera, and the camera clearly has a microphone in it, because you can hear those guys just fine. There it is. Power on. Let that charge all the way up. The Idris is better for frames than the Polaris? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Wait, Mithras isn't even showing in your list? He was showing up in mine, I just couldn't invite him. Yeah, I can drop the lift, Mighty. Yeah, the Idris has been in game longer. We've had the Idris in game since, what was it, 2016, 2017? 2017, I think. They did the Idris pickup at SitCon. Or game SitCon, I think. They even showed footage of it on the Behind the Ships video today. Yes, MTC fits in Corsair, because the Ursa does. It takes almost all of your cargo room, but it does fit. Somebody's wearing a fancy suit. There we go. Is that louder or quieter? I can't tell. Testing? Okay, that should now be quieter. Sorry about that. Anybody's eardrums that I may have just murdered? Mighty matches his guardian? Yeah, that's true. Alright, are we... Probably should have checked this before I sat down. So we got Ralph, we got Mighty, we got Dendra. We're missing Mithras still. Wasn't too much louder on your end? Okay. Sounds good, Ralph. Get everyone on here. What stage is the IDRIS mission on now? Or I keep calling it the IDRIS mission because it used to be the IDRIS mission, but now it's Polaris mission. Locate and neutralize Polaris has already failed. Neutralize reinforcements. Interesting.
Thanks for the assist. Hopefully you're up to speed with the mission specifics, but just in case you skimmed, Frontier fighters stole a fully armed Polaris while in transit to the INVICTUS ceremony. Not sure what they got planned for it, whether it's some future op or just to terrorize Stanton. Bottom line, we can't let them get away with that ship. Navy's cleared us to take it out, so that's what we're gonna do. This thing's heavy, armed, and dangerous. So, I'd recommend bringing friends, breaking out the big ships, or both. Let's go hunting.
Let's go hunting. Yeah, go ahead, Toby. Send me that friend's request. Pretty sure I just accepted that. Oh god, the lag. I saw it. Did that add you to your friends list? Oh, that was funky. Biz area stuff. As I did. Okay, I probably just wasn't updating on my friends list yet. Any luck inviting him, Ralph? All right, try sending leader back to me, and I'll send him another invite. He's online right now, yeah? If not, we'll just send lead to Dendra and have Dendra try. Okay, you're relogging. He's in the ASOP lobby. Okay. Ralph has lead again. I think. It didn't update. Okay, there we go. Also going to turn that back on. Not that anyone's talking in it. Okay. Mithras has joined the party. All right, can I have lead again? And then I will invite Tobe once he's online. Johnny is up and has coffee. Would you happen to be in Area 18, Johnny? Because if you are and would like to murder a Polaris in honor of the Idris happening, we're going to go do the Hunt the Polaris mission. I'm going to go get the med bay so I can get some IV fluids. Sounds good. IV fluids. We went driving around with the MTC, doing a little bit of dune jumping and romping around near the javelin as well. The broken javelin, not the real one. The real one is not in game yet. MTC is actually quite a lot of fun to drive. It's genuinely like I was having a great time. It's just snappy and responsive enough to feel like, you know, smaller and nimbler than it is, because it is quite beefy. You know, it's Ursa sized. But it still feels quite solid. You know, it feels its weight. It needs a little bit more weight to it. I think all of the ground vehicles do. But it feels really good to drive it. And oh my god, it's such a gecko. It, like, we only found one cliff that it wouldn't climb, and that thing was damn near vertical. Like, If there's any kind of incline at all, it'll just go right up over it. It does not care.
Engines are on. Quantum fuel is at 100%.
All right. Toby, are you online yet? Not seeing you. Don't wait for you. All right. Onward we go. Oh, no, we got to resync the server because I was in my friends list. Onward we go. Oh, yeah. Yes, you did. These turrets have ammo now. If you're only seeing small ammo counts, just fire off one round and it will refresh, unless, of course, you're in the ballistic one, and then, you know. Ballistic only has so much. Or else is catching up. Alright. You sure? You're almost here. I can just wait for you. Yeah, you're almost here. I'm just gonna sit. I had momentarily forgotten you logged off and I thought you were already on board. Hidden turret is open. Oh boy. I'm seeing 5 out of 6 neutralized reinforcements, so there probably isn't an IDRIS out there at the moment. Otherwise, that would all be dead. Either there is an IDRIS out there and they did some friendly fire and now there's just a furball of doom, which is entirely possible. It's possible without the torps against a Polaris. It just takes longer. Each torp is 540,000 credits. Because yes, the torps got even more expensive. Earth is 200 meters away and closing. But at least they're not the size 12 torps. Because those are 1.7 million credits a torpedo, and that's just terrifying. Discord is probably a good idea. Setting. Ta-da! Hello.
Hello.
Oh, the murder hobo munches. Well, unless they're a murder hobo in an IDRIS, I'm not too worried. Oh, that's what you're talking about, murder hobo munch in an IDRIS. I got you.
Take off complete.
I'm not on yet.
You saw nothing? I didn't go anywhere.
I'll admit it's cool to watch the landing gear race in this position.
Yeah, I bet that's a good view from down there. Laser pointer enthusiast and an Idris K. Ugh. That's the problem, Mighty. The laser pointer enthusiast in the Idris K only actually needs to be soloing it, because the pilot is also the gunner for the laser. And that is why we separated the pilot and the torpedo launcher for the Polaris, yet the Idris can do it from the pilot seat, because reasons.
For now.
For now. I entirely foresee that's probably one of the nerfs that is going to happen to that laser beam. Because it is a little bit overtuned at the moment, and by a little bit I mean very.
Oh wow, they really did slow the turret down.
Oh, you should see the turrets on the Idris. They're slow.
Oh, the
Besides
double
7 and
fives.
5?
Yeah, 7s and the 5s, yeah, they both seem to be as slow as each other. Very slow. I think even the size 4 remotes seemed a bit slow as well.
Yeah, they're all pretty slow on the Idris. But they've got good gimbal tracking on them, so it makes up for it.
Yeah, and they've also got 11 PDCs as well.
The fix to get out of the Asgard turret?
You log off and log back in?
Yeah, pretty much all I got.
Yeah, turrets on those showroom.
The show floor. Yeah, the show floor models, pretty much all of the turrets are they're not going to let you out. That you can get in them, but you can't get out.
The missile ones were okay.
Little mini Hotel Californias, yeah.
Yeah. The yaw on this thing is so painfully slow now. I'll get used to it eventually. I need to start remembering to actually, like, roll and pitch, because it is faster.
You wait until Deacon makes you fly the Idris.
I mean, I flew the Idris before it got mega buffed in the patch not too long ago. So, I've flown the big fat slow version. It's not that bad.
It's surely worse
Zool, it has to be back to menu. You can't Alt F4, you'll load right back into the same spot. Backspace might work. I haven't tried that one. But I just menu him back in.
Yeah.
Well, no, because he's on the city planet, so it should spawn me in the planet.
Well, I died at Area 18 earlier, and it took me all the way back to Orison, so...
Yikes.
Take nothing for granted.
Just guys have med beds working again.
Yeah.
Wow, they've actually made space tracking of the guns when you're in quantum just worse.
Ooh, speaking of which, I need to set a med spawn on the Polaris.
Yes, probably a good idea. Although, to be fair, the combat that we're doing, if we die, the whole ship's dead.
Yeah, that's the point, actually. I'm not gonna bother.
Yeah, I'm watching the guns rotate upwards into the deck.
Yeah, if we die, I'll go back to my home anyway. So.
You're not quite clipping into the ship. At least not on my screen from third person.
So
But
to
it's-
you, I'm facing backwards. To me, I'm facing forwards.
Oh. Interesting. Oh, and then one of the shoulder turrets is decided to go for a rave.
I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to move like that.
They're absolutely not supposed to move like that.
They've done something really weird with the way things track.
Okay, we've got a Starlancer TAC that I'm like 99.9% sure is very much not an objective target. I'm gonna drop to SCM so we have shields.
It's
Are
red,
they
though.
fighting each other?
They must be. Where you want to shoot the Starlancer?
Let me scan our dear
Easy enough
Starlancer
scanning.
friend here.
Let's see what they do.
Ken
That's the
Millikir.
player.
That is not... Yeah, that's player name, isn't it? Yeah, with the
That's
underscore.
definitely a player name. Hello, person. I advise he.
Jesus.
Did I get a scan?
That's
Yeah,
a
he's alone in there. That's a solo Star Lancer attack.
That's an interesting choice.
Pointless.
Radar contact.
We have a different radar contact. No, that was the same Star Lancer attack. One of these reinforcements has spiraled off into the middle of nowhere. That's what's happened here.
Is it the bit where we blast the
So the
right?
MTC turret doesn't have a crosshair if you're sitting in the pilot seat, but it does if you're sitting in the gunner seat for whatever reason. If you fire it once, you can see where you're aiming, and it still generally aims at center of screen.
La Idris.
Not surprisingly, yeah. But he looks like he's about to quantum away. He's shield still.
The Razor. Where's that Razor gone?
It's a folded up Scorpius out there.
No, he's just sorry, he's folded up. Sorry. Which generally indicate as AI.
Yeah, I'm gonna scan this Razor, and if he turns up as a player, we won't shoot him. If he doesn't, kill him.
There's another Scorpius. That is coming up as unavailable to me.
Try Razor EX. Stealth fighter. Anybody on board? No. See if I can get a double scan on him.
Really, if they're going to do this, the whole you have to scan
That's
the target.
definitely
to
a
know
player.
Who it is, they really need to add turret scanning.
Yes. Also scanning without me having to point the nose of a freaking capital ship at it.
Yeah, because then the co-pilot would actually have something to do.
Alright, I lost that Scorpius. Where did it go?
There's a Herc out there.
Behind us to our right.
There's a Gladius as well right in front of us. I'm sure
Yeah, Gladius is in nav, but that looks like it's actively flying around and not
that's,
shooting at anyone.
A2 or an M2 because it's got a chin gun.
Gladius Valiant, that's almost for sure not an NPC. Not that I'm able to actually get a proper scan off on it. Hold still, Gladius, I'm trying to scan you. Yes, that is in fact not a NPC. That Star Lancer is still hostile. Other Star Lancer, there's the Corsair again. Hi, Star Lancer. You are asking to get yourself killed. Hello, Corsair. Easy there, buddy.
He's trying to knock me off.
Oh yeah, they see Polaris. Everyone, oh yes, look at the Polaris.
Yeah.
So, how many beep sounds are you getting?
Almost none, actually. I'm not getting targeted very much at all.
Oops, someone's taking exception to Tane.
Idris again.
There's our Idris buddy. Let's see if I can scan the Idris buddy, see who that is.
Well, the A2 has crew because his guns are targeting.
Oh, it's Tar. I actually know that Idris pilot. Hold on, I'm gonna send him a message.
It's like Apoc said, it's something spun off out of control somewhere and is miles away now. Ooh, frames.
Alright. What about this Scorpius? That Scorpius does not appear to be manned. Let me scan him again.
It's an Antares, and I don't think I've ever seen AI use Antares.
Oh, someone else has turned red. It's that an Ares or what's that? MSR.
Is that using the new skin? No.
No. It is a custom
It's-
skin, though. It's not the default.
Boop.
There's nobody in there. Make it go away.
Absolutely no hesitation.
Aha! Aha! It worked.
We're geniuses. Everyone give us all your pay from this mission.
Yeah, all these schmucks flying around doing nothing.
I mean, I totally get it. Like, interacting with this new scan mechanic to figure out who's a player and who isn't is unnecessarily tedious and long-winded, but sometimes you gotta do it.
At least they buffed the scan rate and it doesn't take forever to buddy scan something.
Like I say, as Captain say, shoot.
Yeah.
Captain say shoot.
Look, the A2's there. Jesus, hello. There we go. Alright, so Cult's going down there. We have another zone over here to the left.
Freelancer, and I can't tell what the other ship is to our right. Saber?
Where did that go? Oh, he already scanned it. Cool. What is that?
Is this the bit where we blow them up? These little beacon things?
Yeah, so we go to the search areas. And we ping near that area, and we will find a thing there, whether that's like a sentry turret or just a random listening station or a hostile fighter, something. If it's one of the sentry turrets, we scan it. If it's the hostile fighter, we kill it. If it's a sentry turret, we scan it and goes hostile, then we murder it with extreme prejudice.
EC 3426 is the Ares running straight ahead of us. Scan.
He's almost certainly going to get that one. I need them to scan these areas instead of just going to them.
Oh, there's our friend Idris as well. Let's see.
Neutralize targets. Radar contacts. I saw that radar contact for the briefest of moments. Where is it? Down there. Okay.
Connie.
Yeah, it'll be a bunch of Connies.
Yeah, Buccaneer.
Yeah. Usually it's, yeah, 2 Connies, 2 Buccaneers.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Connie 1 down. Where's Connie 2? There it is.
My frames! Ah!
Actually, I didn't check how many people Tara actually has on board that Idris.
Move on to the next point.
You know, these guns actually feel like they're firing faster.
Yeah.
Slightly, yeah. I don't know if that's placebo effect or what that's about, but
no, it's slightly faster.
I told them to hold back and observe, but they attacked anyway. Get over there before they get themselves killed.
I love how that voiceover makes it sound like the Navy is in need of actual help. Like the CDF people told the Navy to not attack something, and the Navy went in anyway, and now we have to go there before they get themselves killed like that. The UEEN is usually not that incompetent.
Yeah. Hey, they've been in peace for a while. Politics gets people into roles.
You're dedicated, which I can respect. But you're throwing your life away. For what? To protect some scum in a system that sooner see you dead as spit on you. You should want us to have this Polaris. We're going to use it to save the Empire.
Save the Empire, my ass. Kill that Polaris.
She honestly expects us to let them get away with stealing a Polaris? She's crazier than I thought.
Oh, thanks for the help. With you here, this shouldn't take long.
That was a large kaboom. Oh, that was a Hornet. Okay.
Yeah.
Good work on those shields attritions.
God, every gun on this ship is fun to use.
I definitely ran into the limitation on the attritions yesterday, but they're a lot of good for a cap ship v cap ship fight like this, so I still keep them on.
Yeah, I definitely got rid of them on the Guardian. They were fun, but like, yeah.
Beam of Doom!
Oh, well, yeah. Jeez.
Watching that is cool.
Yeah.
Oh, has Tara got the Idris K kit on?
Looks
Yep.
like it.
Yep, yes he does. Okay.
There's two people do.
I will desperately... Oh god, there's two of them.
Jesus.
We're right in the middle of them, just be careful.
Desperately attempting to not get hit by either of those.
Yeah, that's the issue with them, I guess.
Please keep in mind friendly Idrises that are
We're
nearby.
getting close. We're getting. Oh, that's close.
Suddenly it becomes mission impossible.
How low can you go? Limbo underneath the beam.
I'm flying a 166 meter long capital ship here. I can't really dodge.
I need sub-target, because I can't remember what I found this.
Alt right click to zoom in, and then I will get you some scan data here in a second. There you go, have some scan data.
That's insane to watch. Just the beams. Lord.
Lord, the two of them at once.
Don't cross the streams!
Polaris is on the move.
It tried to jump out and then didn't.
Take them out.
Oh, no, there it goes. I think they may have accidentally disabled its quantum drive right as it tried to jump, and then the game yoinked it anyway.
I mean, I might have splashed it a few times in the ass.
Alright, HG5539 is showing as a tally.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if that's a player real fast. I think it can spawn hostile tallies. Come on, give me a good scan. It's definitely shooting at me, go for it. Or is laser beaming a retaliator? I feel kind of bad for that now.
Jesus.
Fight's over here,
Guess we're not
genius.
shit the address.
The other Idris is a two-man. Oh, yeah. Tara's soloing that Idris right now. Just firing the laser.
Insane.
I'm actually kind of impressed with the amount of punishment that Retaliator's taking, given it's been laser beamed a couple times.
They are beefy things. They're very frustrating to fight in bounties.
Yeah. They have a lot of disposable health as well. Whoa!
Fight's over here, genius.
Yeah, something went boom.
Yeah.
Just got word from that Navy ship. They picked up some Frontier fighter survivors and squeezed them about where the Polaris rendezvous was. Turns out they found a transit.
Careful on that Star Lancer. I think that's friendly.
Here's the location. Get over there and we can jump them.
I'm gonna scan him just in case, but
Yeah.
that's definitely friendly.
No, that's the same guy. Oh, no, that's not. It's Roar the Viking.
Yeah, he's getting PDC'd by something else.
Yeah, the Idris below us.
Yeah, there's another poo. Yeah. So far we have 2 Polaris and 2 Idris at least.
People who thought that the Idris was going to be like a Polaris killer were a bit off their heads. It's still a very useful ship.
Yeah, the Idris is just bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, it fills a very similar role when you put the Idris T kit on it and give it the size 12s, but it then has exactly the same weakness where you need other things to go in first.
I can't really understand why that kit.
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
at
God.
least has a hanger wing. Whoa.
There's a hammerhead out there.
Yeah, that's
That's
an
friendly.
ally, isn't it? Oh no, it isn't.
I know there's hostile hammerheads as part of this.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, dropping the
Got targets
SCM.
right off the bat.
Farmer Sir is directly to our right.
Oh, the Idris is almost.
There goes another one. I think that's Tara. Oh, hello, Polaris. Woo! Jesus. Oh my God, the furball. It is like instant. Trying to find the objective. Hold on.
Alright, got plenty of hammerheads to concern ourselves with in the meantime.
We're gonna stick to this Polaris like cheese. Don't ask me why cheese is sticky.
Sticky cheese, innit?
Partially melted.
Delicious. Best cheese format in my view.
Yeah, as long as we're not partially melted Polaris by way of Idris beam. What is that Idris even firing at?
There's a hammy behind us. Well,
Oh, it's getting okay. The Idris is hammerheading.
The server's performing remarkably well considering.
Yeah,
there
I
are
haven't
two
seen any
hammerheads.
desync or anything going on as far as flight goes.
The mad amount of capital ships in one area.
I mean, to be fair, we're the most crewed of any of them, so.
Yeah, that's true.
How many are
I am
on this
suffering
shard?
for frames, but thank you.
I'm getting a little desync.
My frames are a bit iffy, but it's not.
Yeah, I'm down in the 16s as far as FPS goes, but it's popping up and down.
Yeah.
I got a big frame hit when we first got here and all the asteroids and everything was trying to load.
Yeah.
I'm just like 13, 14.
What do we got? We got 35 on this DGS right now. 292 in the shard. Current server FPS is still almost pinned at 30. I'm just quite happy that our two Idris friends have managed to not friendly fire us yet.
Yeah.
There is always a certain amount of danger to flying the exact same ship that's the target.
Yeah. Particularly when the ship scanning is the way it is now.
Yeah. At least until we can name them.
Yeah. I think they got a big, nice neutralized Polaris above that one.
Yeah. I will admit I'm a little tiny bit salty about the Idris naming thing.
Yeah.
Given that the Polaris just came out 6 months ago, and we asked about the naming for the Polaris, and we were told that we're not using that system anymore, and it's out of date, and it was just a test.
What's hitting us midsection?
That would be the chin guns off of the enemy Polaris.
There's a hammerhead above us below.
Oh yeah, probably that too.
I feel as though them saying that just means that they had the old system set up on the Idris, and they didn't have it on the Polaris. So they weren't going to bother to put it on the Polaris when they want to do it really.
The Idris is definitely benefiting from being a new, very old ship.
Yeah. And like the Idris, with the whole letter scaling issue is likely not an issue. The Idris is huge.
Yeah. I wonder where they're going to put the name on the Idris. Because I've never actually seen a named Idris other than the one in Squadron 42, with the UES Stanton written down the side of it.
Yeah. I can see it being like in the little that sticky outy bit underneath either of the docking ports. No, the airlocks, I mean. Ooh, salvage captain's chair. Lovely.
All right, it's dead.
Not dead enough.
Who's the LX 5858 or?
LX 58. God, there's a third Idris up there. LX 5858 is soft death, whatever it is.
Ooh, and there we go.
That's
30
just how
rewards.
much hit points the bloody Ridge has, even when it's soft death. It took him a while to cook it.
Oh, look, a Polaris.
Good day, guys. Toby here.
Hey, Toby.
What was this thing over here?
I'm ahead.
What are we getting hit by?
Whoa, that
That's not dead anymore.
Oh.
We're being beamed.
Yep, noted.
By whom?
That Idris.
Bad Idris, naughty Idris. Go to bed. Go to your bed.
We're gonna make him pay for that one.
Oh yeah. Yep. Show him that beam isn't useful for an awful lot.
Yeah, show him that beam should be destroyed.
Who's on the chin turret?
Ralph.
I don't know. Is anyone on that team?
I think Ralph is. Maybe a cheeky torpedo.
That's a lot of PDCs, dude.
That's true. That's true. We also don't really need to. There isn't a need. There they go.
Idris is the Polaris killer. Oh, really?
It's got one guy in it, not so much.
Two, actually. There's two of them in there.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be fairly expensive to repair that, I think.
Is this the guy you know?
Tara Stellar is the one I know. Nero, I have no idea. He just decided to laser beam me.
Just teasing him.
We're getting nice hits on those engines, guys.
Yeah, it's quickly finding out I think it doesn't pitch as much as you would like.
It's coming close to me.
Being ghostbusted.
Oh, he's got the bloody shark paint. He deserves to die.
How many hit points do those engines have? Jesus.
You've got one of them fairly low.
I'll put that gun off. To make him beamless.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Neuter him.
The big laser doesn't overheat less. That's kind of one of the problems with it right now.
Yeah, just have to talk with the engine and nuke his engines.
Which engine are we going for? Left or right?
Thanks for the raid code.
Good time to raid.
A barrel stuff him here real fast. This might hurt.
That's enough.
It is a nice Idris skin.
Yeah, I quite like that.
PDZ is definitely still active.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't let me sub-target.
There we go. Back on target. We're hitting that front gun too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sub-targeted his laser.
Wonder how much health it has. Donnie, how much health does that thing have?
Check fire. Shield is down. Check fire.
You didn't tell me to check fire. They shot us first.
The laser has 750k? Are you kidding me?
Jesus.
Up him with it.
Shields
Oh, that's interesting. My turret went to 80% health and it went straight back up to 97.
Boxed into a rock.
Ralph, give me a torpedo. Get ready.
Anything else, Heat? turret animations, the X's will slow down as well.
God damn, how is he backing that thing up that fast?
Ready when you are.
Fire. Right.
Yeah, hippie. That's an engine gun.
Ridiculous.
Get ready to give him another one. Make sure they're the executors.
Vanquish? Oh, you want X's?
Vanquisher, sorry.
Doesn't seem to be moving.
Vanquisher
much more,
right behind the turret. Right. Let's see how you like that, buddy. Let's put one right there. I didn't think so. You want to use your big dangerous weapon on me? I'll use my big dangerous weapon on you. Hello, Anaconda. Give him another one. Fuck it.
Oh, parts are falling off. Is that a problem?
I don't think he has any engines left.
No, he doesn't. Get back in the fin turret and just pew-pew him to death now, I think. The repair cost is probably less than the torpedoes we just gave him, but it's fine. I was getting tired of his laser shenanigans. Actually, the chin turret may be broken, I can't tell.
No, I'm getting back into it. Doesn't this thing have like an hour recall time?
I just want to see... He's not saying anything.
Yeah, I've been paying attention. I mean, he's the one who picked a fight. It was non-consensual PvP.
He wanted to try and pick on the old dog with the new big bad cap chip, and he learned exactly why. You don't do that.
There's just people out there, I think, just watching the fight.
Well, at this point, they're sort of watching, you know, what was a fight.
I'm resisting the temptation to say Polaris is the Idris killer ? In global chat.
No, don't do it yet.
I mean, if he was fully crewed. Well, even then, if we were taking down his subtile. Do these guns overheat?
Yes.
Okay.
One of mine don't seem to be working totally 100%.
I wouldn't be surprised with the amount of laser fire we took there.
I don't know if we blew the hangar door open or he...
Oh, we blew the hangar door open. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we did that a while ago.
We blew that one open with the guns.
I mean, I was pounding this front for a while.
I don't think anyone in the driver's seat anymore.
This MTC is the dumbest vehicle I've seen, I think. What the hell? Huh.
At this point, make sure you're hitting the core, not the engines.
Is the bridge not good to hit, or just the right in the middle?
Bridge is fine. It's part of the rear health bar.
Alright.
It's just the engines have their own health bar separate from the core health, which is what actually kills it.
Right.
This is like salvaging, just going backwards and forwards, just working backwards and forwards.
It's quite zen now, quite relaxing.
Yeah.
Did he have anything on board?
A whole lot of audacity.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a Scorpion or Scorpius in there, isn't there? Although I think that may be dead now from the torpedo damage.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's in a good place. wonder where he's gone, because I can't see him in the bridge anymore.
That's why I'm moving around quite a lot, because I don't want him trying to EVA to my docking ports.
Yeah, that's a shout. It's mad you can't unlock those yet.
It doesn't have cargo cone. This is a player Idris. Double check. Let's see. Is him and his buddy still both on board?
Still on his name on the ship. Unless that's the ship name.
Oh. Yeah, no, he's not on board anymore. The only passenger, according to my scan, is a deceased human.
Oh, no.
Which I'm betting is probably his buddy.
Yep.
By the way, we were under 400 rounds in the guns.
Yeah, we just finished the defeat the Polaris or hunt the Polaris mission.
The Idris mission? Yeah.
Yeah. Then we did the defeat the Idris mission. Well, we just did hunt the Polaris, and then one of the local Idrises decided it was a good idea to start laser beaming us as well. And we introduced him to some size 10 burritos, and he didn't appear to like that fact.
How many damn hit points does this guy have?
15 million. Also, now that I have a chance... There you go, have a shout out. Apologies for not doing that earlier, but I was a little bit busy. Trying not to die to a ridiculous laser beam of overpoweredness. Yeah, all it takes is targeting a friendly, and everything, like, you will go red to everyone around you. But you can tell that it's not the target as far as a Polaris goes, because the target Polaris has a big yellow objective marker over its head. And also, he just finished the mission, so he absolutely knew that we were a friendly Polaris and decided to laser beam us anyway. I'm half tempted to throw another burrito at that just to kill it faster. Yeah, Ralph, if you wouldn't mind, just lob another Vanquisher at it, center of mass. I'll probably just do some missile fraud to avoid paying for all these.
Do you have any gear on board?
Not yet, no. Haven't really done much with the Polaris yet, besides this.
That as you mean to go on.
The expedited time after you've paid almost, 100,000 credits, is 40 minutes. Just keep shooting them until it dies. Each one of these torpedoes, by the way, if he's using the Vanquishers... Oh, there it goes.
There we go.
Yeah. Each one of those torpedo launches for the Vanquisher torps are 800,000 damage.
That was fun, thank you.
Yeah, that was awesome. Oh, that was good. Oh, that was so good.
It just keeps going.
The explosion, it doesn't end.
That's what you want.
And 540,000 credits spent is for each torpedo.
That's Idris that keeps on giving.
If I was to go home and pay for this, I mean, hell, I need to end soon anyway, so I'm gonna head for Area 18.
That was
size 12's like 560.
Yeah, I swapped out the default torpedo loadout on the Polaris for all of the new upgraded ones. So I have now a mix of faster but slightly lower damaging torpedoes, and the Vanquishers, which are big, fat, heavy, slow nuclear payload.
This is where we go and load all the missiles in your hangar, then fly out and self-destruct.
Yeah. And then claim it overnight.
I've only got 200,000 credits. Darn it.
Yeah, that mission splits between everybody that's present.
Yeah, I know.
So
yeah, the payout isn't anywhere near enough.
Yeah.
It should,
Unless you're there by
scaling.
yourself, I mean, if you're there completely by yourself, it technically pays for 5 torpedoes, but then you can't fire the torpedoes.
It just pays for a nice run on Idris. By the way, this turret's at 56%.
Mine's at 80. Mine's at 100 now. Health.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some very melty parts around several pieces of this ship.
I've been looking. I haven't seen any.
There's some serious battle damage on our front right flank.
Oh yeah, right side. There's a lot of singeing.
Yeah, there's a bunch right behind me. I was getting a lot of that beam right to the face, which is fun.
Yeah. I'm just happy he managed to not hit the engines too much.
Yeah.
I was a little bit worried about those.
Yeah, he was aiming center mass.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he had sub-targeted to the engines, he would have probably crippled those quickly.
Yeah.
But he was doing my
trick
least favorite tactic too, which is just
target that rear
decouple
missile
backwards.
turret with a laser. That'll go straight to the engines.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just decoupled and flying backwards for like 2/3 of that fight. That's why he flew into the asteroid at one point.
I was wondering what his friend was doing during that. Was he firing one of the turrets? I didn't even know.
One of the turrets was firing. So
Yeah.
blew it up.
One of the turrets was definitely firing. It was intermittent, though. It felt like he was trying to swap between turrets instead of just waiting for an angle to show up.
That's a choice.
I know I blew up at least one turret that was firing at us.
That's pretty fun. So did we take all the PDCs out, or was it just close enough they weren't engaging on the torps?
It was close enough that they didn't have chance. Yeah, it'll still fire at non-locked on munitions, but that first one we basically barrel stuffed him.
Yeah.
I probably nuked half the PDCs.
Yeah. I waited long enough that we'd probably hit enough of the PDCs that there was probably a gap, and then just barrel
I really
stuffed it.
wish it would tell you what you actually saw sub-targeting.
Yeah, well, the PDCs don't even sub-target right now, so.
Yeah. Oh, they might, because I was getting sub-targets to stuff that weren't actually highlighting on the hull.
Hmm. They could be. They weren't last patch, but then an IDRIS didn't exist in player hands last patch, so.
They did say they did something about targeting on, make it easier to target the PDCs.
Alright, coming up.
I mean, the other option to claim it is park it near the tower.
Yeah.
Park it directly over top of Area 18 Center, but above the exclusion zone, and then self-destruct it.
Well, they get a nice view from the tower.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how different that fight would go with a fully manned IDRIS.
If it was a fully manned IDRIS with that kind of advantage starting off, like laser beaming us from a distance like that, it probably would have been some battle damage and us quantuming out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there would have been a lot of
The
fire
Polaris
coming
is really not designed for a one-on-one mano-a-mano with a bigger capital ship like that.
I feel as though sticking a mantis in your hangar as Idris is an even dirtier move then.
Yeah.
We can do
If
the
you've
same
got
thing as
someone
Polaris
who's
Launch.
willing to just sit there and... Oh, God, the frames. Oh, God, the frames. Okay, we're fine. My frames are still dying, but it's alright.
Landing complete. Engines are off.
Two. Yeah, that was 5.4 million credits worth of torpedoes and other missiles that we just slung at that thing.
Repairs?
66k, so not bad.
Costs more to fire the torpedoes.
Yeah. And the
Oh,
Idris
that's interesting. It
itself...
only fed from the first feeder.
Yeah, it does that.
Oh no, the two outer ones.
Yeah, the two outer ones are the Vanquishers, the two inner ones are the Executor, or whatever the other one's called.
Okay.
Executor is
I need
only,
to look at my,
only quote-unquote, 600,000 damage per torpedo, but it's
Yeah,
like
I need
80
to
meters per second faster.
I need to look up my missile swapping bindings. Because I very rarely use them.
The Idris P has a claim time of 3 hours and 20 minutes, unless you pay 120,000 credits, and then you're still waiting for 50 minutes. 5-0.
Wow.
Ouch.
That's about right.
Yep,
I mean, it's
temperature.
very right. It's 243 meters long.
Yeah.
And
Well,
potentially it's
guys-
going to get longer in 1.0.
That guy's kind of ruined his own evening then.
Yep. He's definitely done with the Idris for the evening. I mean, for an hour at least.
Oh, there's some melty bits here.
Oh yeah. Got a bit
It's
messed
gonna
up.
be the whole. I spent like $2,000 on this piece of shit.
No, I'm talking like this whole section's missing. Oh, that gun turret area doesn't look too happy either.
Nope.
No. Oh my god, the frames.
It's all the
Alright.
damage to the one side of your ship.
The suffering.
notice a big hole right
I've
here.
got 4 FPS. Okay.
Jesus.
Really?
Yeah, it seems a bit unfair that that laser did have some guidance on it.
Yeah, it's got some basic auto aim on it. If you're close enough, it kind of tilts, which is really bullshit when you're trying to avoid it, especially in a ship that moves this similarly in terms of speed.
So basically there's a minor gimbal. Or
Yeah.
minor correction.
Yeah. Which makes 0 sense for that gun weapon. It just doesn't work that way. It can't work that way.
I mean, I don't mind if it requires 2 people to operate it.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be very hard to actually wait, it won't be that bad.
I will be
I'm surprised.
back in
they
here in a
locked
second.
you
I'm just
to the heat
turning
from
the
that.
stream off so I can see.
Go.
Alright, everybody. That is going to be it for me today. Appreciate you guys all watching. That was a hell of a fight we had there at the end, but I literally cannot move right now, so it's time to end before my computer tries to kill me. I think I may have run out of VRAM and also goodwill from my poor GPU. So that is going to be it. Good time. Thank you all for watching. Let's find someone to throw it forward to. Who's here? Oh, Dawn's online. Let's throw it to Dawn, the country store. Once again, guys, thanks for watching. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. Good luck with the 20 minutes longer and Becky comes on. I can make this last 20 minutes. Give me 1 second. We're gonna raid Becky. I can figure out a way to make this last 20 minutes. Let's just pop that back to start save for a second. And then make the Polaris go away and my frames will come back. Wait, is she actually live? Not live. Otherwise I'd see her. Not yet? Okay. Bear with my frames while I get out of this Polaris, and the frames will come back. Yes, I'm going to resync with the server. Thank you. Oh, look, the frames are back. And I'll get rid of the battle damage off stream later. Usual pre-live banter. Gotcha. Alright. Sorry for the fake out. We're not ending quite yet. I'm going to make the Polaris go away to get my frames back. Actually, the frames are back. Apparently just... No, the frames are not back. I went back outside. Well. Stare at floor. Run for the ASOP terminals. Make it go away. Nope, no anger. No worries there. Probably eat the sandwich I was given them. I got so distracted fighting an Idris that I haven't even, like...
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Screw it. We're not even... We're gonna just summon something. Firebird, go. Retrieve.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the Follow Place visitors again.
Go away, Polaris. I love you, but bye. The extra 20 minutes is all good. Is no worries there. I know what we'll do with the 20 minutes. We'll go to the Idris tour.
Offer me a proper...
Hello again.
Okay. That's weird.
Yes, I have done a slight fake out and I haven't ended because Becky's coming on in 20 minutes. So, we're going to do a Polaris or an Idris tour for 20 minutes and then raid Becky.
Woo!
Well, I'm gonna go to bed because I'm 30 minutes past my bedtime.
Alrighty. Appreciate you staying on for that.
No, it was super fun. I do not regret it. Alright. Well, I will see you all.
Have a good night.
Well, tomorrow, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
If you need another gunner tomorrow, I'm available.
Excellent. I will definitely be doing more of that tomorrow, probably not on stream so I can keep my frames.
Excellent.
We'll also be doing Mac things in the morning, so I don't know.
Well, still, if you take your Polaris out, I will definitely do stuff. The funny thing about it, I've got all these sweatshirts and stuff, but I don't have any pants.
Oh shit!
This is hilarious, by the way. I dropped my resolution to 1080p, and I actually get worse FPS.
Ugh. Yeah, I unfortunately don't really have a 1080p 21:9 option. Which is a little strange.
I don't have a 2K option in graphics settings, even though I'm playing a 4K.
Interesting.
It gives me 3440 by 1440. That's the closest thing I get. That looks weird.
That's straight 21:9, or it's technically like 43 by 18, but yeah.
Yeah, but I should have 21. Yeah, I should have 16 by 9 options, and they're not showing up.
You should be able to put your custom resolution in the user config file.
Yeah, I could try that and see if I can get a 1080p 21:9 working. Maybe make my graphics card hate me slightly less.
So what type of things are we supposed to get from this mission?
Which mission?
This one where it says 30 things have been put in your inventory.
Oh, that's script. If you go in the other tab.
Script stuff. Oh,
yeah.
MG script?
Yep.
So you get 30 script each time?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Good to know.
I think I have something like 300 script already.
I don't
I'm just
know how
wondering-
much I have at the moment.
I mean, I was doing every mission throughout the afternoon, and there's like a new one every hour.
Yeah, I got like 130 from doing the ghillie missions the other day. Which, other
Okay.
than the Hunt the Polaris one at the end, are not difficult to do in even smaller ships.
Oh
my god, Light.
Multi-tool healer does work, but it only heals you. It doesn't do custom advanced settings.
Is there anything worth buying with the script?
The only thing I know of is you can turn them in for Wikello favors. 50 script to 1 favor.
What are the favors used for?
Oh, that's what my money.
The only thing I know of that's just straight favors is the ship turn-ins. You can, you turn in a bunch of favors and you can get a ship from him, other than the Polaris, which takes a bunch of other crap.
But just it's not permanent to your account. It's just until a reset.
Just
is
until
it?
a full wipe, yeah.
It'll be nice if the script
also-
stacked.
The script does stack, but unfortunately it doesn't stack automatically.
Yeah.
I also heard that the Geo that's in front of him might be something that be for sale in front of him.
6.4 million in losses, Light. God damn. Let's not do that, huh? No, I missed the tram.
So I don't want the plaza.
We're going to the plaza for the Idris.
Okay. Where's the Victus?
Bevic Convention Center. It's the other train
Where
here.
is it? I thought that's what I took. Is that here? No, it's saying get on the train again. Okay, so it must be the next exit, maybe?
Yeah, it goes around a loop, yeah.
Yeah, it goes in a big circle.
Okay.
And the trams are very frequent at the moment as well.
Cool.
Why do you need it before tomorrow, Light?
Tram now leaving the station. Stand clear of the doors.
Oh, defending the future. So how'd you get it from the main plaza?
The Idris or the convention hall?
I'm in the convention hall now, so how would you get to the Idris?
The Idris is up Arcorp Tower. The same
Okay.
place you'd go for center mass, is just a floor higher.
Cool.
Or several floors higher, but there's only 3 stops on the elevator.
Ooh, I like that armor thing. Wish we could buy that.
What armor is that?
The guy standing in front is the guy in the middle. Kind of like a uniform light suit.
Now
Light suit.
Oh, the Invictus
Oh,
armor?
yeah.
I think it's on the the Invictus.
Well, I'm pretty
Legacy
sure.
outfit?
I'm pretty sure
The
we're
white
doing
and gray
tomorrow's
one.
bazaar in the Idris, so a C2 definitely will not fit. Prepare smaller ships. Come back to me, frames. You can do this. 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, they really need to get around to optimizing the cities.
Please consult any of our associates for help or rental
I
opportunities.
had perfect
Especially-
frames here earlier. There's some kind of like VRAM or memory leak somewhere in this game that over time my performance just slowly degrades, and it becomes much more noticeable when I hit that wall while I'm streaming.
I mean, to be fair, I'm using a lot more memory while I'm here.
Welcome to IO North Tower.
And I'm on Vulcan.
Premier Center for Business Development.
I always use more VRAM on Vulcan, so I don't know. I had to stop using Vulcan because it uses so much VRAM that I basically can't play.
I might try DX11 tomorrow.
Yeah, DX11 works better for me, but I am on an old 30 series. So.
The fact that the 30 series is now referred to as old makes me very sad.
Yeah, I got a 3080.
I mean, I know people who run it on a 1080 this game with perfectly good graphics.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got a good enough CPU.
Yeah, and you've got good enough VRAM, because some of these newer bloody cards come with piddling VRAM, aren't they?
I wonder how much the.
Now that's a
MX is gonna
torpedo.
be.
The
The
QI
MX?
was only
How
10
much?
more than the Guardian.
How much is the base Guardian right now?
200? 250? 200 something.
240 something, maybe?
Yeah, about that. Because it's more than a Terrapin, and the Terrapin's 220.
Yeah. Yeah, I seem to, like, my brain is telling me 240 for the base Guardian, 250 for the QI.
250 for the base, 260 for the QI.
I was one down.
I'll probably say
Okay.
260, 270 for the...
Yeah, I'm going 270. It's been upgunned in pretty much every way. Just lost the bed.
Another thing is, do I want that type of thing or not? I wonder. Just got rid of the
Yeah, they didn't price it like the
$300
Furies, which were all
jalopies.
the same price. But then the Fury didn't really have gun options.
Yay, some dicks just pushed me into a wall. Yay, I'm stuck.
Is the Metapen better than the Pisces?
Yes. Metapen has a tier 2 bed. Pisces has a tier 1. You are gone. Goodbye.
I'm falling to the death.
Oh, does Toby...
Right.
Oh, Toby, do you force HDR? Or are you paying DirectX?
Gotta be okay.
I got DirectX.
I'm using
11.
Vulcan.
I might try that multi-thread option then. Especially on an AMD chip.
This Vulcan's still beta to me.
Oh, it is there, everyone. If we had full Vulcan, a lot of our issues wouldn't be here.
Now they put an invisible wall there. Sad now.
Tell me where I am. You are where?
Orders. Lightroom. I'm slowly learning my way around this thing. Slowly-ish, really. That's the one that goes to the bridge. Other ones still work? Maybe. Not critical yet.
Yeah, it's really weird. It only offers me 21:9 options besides my native resolution.
I just don't have any. First off, I should make sure that that isn't going to suddenly appear on my second monitor.
Well,
And
maybe
then-
tomorrow I'll force my monitor down to 2K and see what it works.
Yeah, I can do 2560. That's a standard 16:9. Gonna be all off to the side now for you guys.
Now the question is, are they going to offer the F8C actually and sell it?
If you have the golden ticket, the F8C will be available. I
Is
should
that
say,
what
if
they've
you
actually
used the
said?
golden ticket at any point.
I
You
was
say
wondering
there
if
at the
they're
end?
going to screw everyone who got a golden ticket.
That is a really weird resolution option. 19:20 by 2160.
The hell? This is a weird one. The golden tickets are all gone. I don't think there's anyone that still has because they wiped with 4.0. But
No,
if
I
you
know.
ever...
I'm just. I had one, so I know.
Okay, you had one. Did you use one?
Well, I bought my 300, remember? To my buybacks now.
Okay. Yeah, they should sell again for golden ticket owners, just not, or golden ticket users.
No, I'm just wondering if they're going to try and, sell it to everyone again.
Oh, yeah.
They've been known to do things like that before.
Yeah. I mean, they do seem to be in a particularly interesting money mood when it comes to certain things
Meaning
like
money
blades.
grab? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, they might push the F8, but I kind of doubt it. I think they'll just leave it with the ticket stuff. They might do another ticket event this year, but nothing crazy. Then again, I didn't think they would sell blades, so who knows?
I'm happy with my Mark II Heavy Hornet, Super Hornet, or whatever it's called. My Heart Seeker package.
Yeah.
Good with that. I don't need anything else. I just wish this MPD fit in more places. Because I like the idea of it. There should be a way to ratchet down the suspension when you're putting it in things. Suspension up and suspension down buttons. So today and tomorrow is Aegeus.
Today and tomorrow is Aegis and Grey Cat.
And then Origin, RSI, and Argo on the weekend.
Yeah. And I don't expect anything new from them. That's just 2 days of their stuff being sold.
And then Misk, Mirai, which has the Guardian. And Crusader, Turnbull, there's nothing there either. Anvil has the one thing, and that's it. Bob's your uncle.
Yep. Becky's pre-show thing lasts until 8, right? Or until the top of the hour, I guess.
Yeah, she doesn't chime in till like a few seconds before the hour, yeah.
This is a good
Oh,
captaincy.
my goodness.
Well, Johnny finds out if he can grab a...
Use my cat trying to steal my food.
Minute.
Yeah, that's his, yeah. 2 more minutes, Johnny.
Well, hopefully he gets it.
A couple minutes.
So I figured
30
I got
seconds.
like 1900.
Good luck, Johnny. You got this. Get an Idris so that next time someone tries to laser beam you, I can recruit my own Idris. I'll just distract him long enough for you to get there.
Where is the user config folder? I cannot find it.
If you haven't made one, it doesn't exist.
Oh, you have to custom make one.
I have one because I've got the depth of field off so that I can have the vehicles tab previews actually show up working. If they ever decide to load.
So you just put it in the live folder?
I believe so. I'd have to double check for mine.
Yeah, just put in your live folder.
I'll mess around with that tomorrow.
I have 91 scripts. Lovely.
I would be fine with the beam weapon having more range light if it also had a cooldown. Because having up to 60 seconds of consistent beaming and then only having to cool down for 4 is kind of bullshit.
Will. Yeah.
Especially with how much damage it does. Like, there's legitimately more downtime on the size 4 guns on top of the Polaris than there is that freaking laser.
And on the main...
And on the main one, yeah.
6s. Yeah.
Did you only get, like,
It's
what,
good.
like 20, 30 seconds of firing the size 6s before they overheat for 3 or 4?
Close to 10 seconds.
Like, that thing is gonna need a pretty hefty nerf to be anywhere remotely close to balanced. Because if we'd been anything other than the Polaris, we would have been dead before we could even respond when he started lasering us there.
Yeah, it would have just been like, poof, gone.
I don't know. I was watching them, 2 of them attack the hammerheads. They lasted longer than I thought they were going to. Also,
The
I mean, they
hammerheads
were
did
laser beaming straight to the nose of the hammerhead, though. Like the most hit points
onto
on the thing.
the heaviest armored part. But yeah, the hammerhead, the laser does mostly shield damage from what I can tell. Doesn't seem to do a huge amount of hull damage, at least not right away. So, like, the hammerhead's 360,000 hull, you know, it doesn't hold up very long in a lot of fights, but against just the beam, it's decent. Plus the fact that every time it swings out of the beam, then it regens its shields, and you have to nuke the shields back down again. But I am pretty happy with that fight, though, because we managed to do that whole fight without me using the shield regen bug or exploit at all. That was just pure our own shield regen and positioning. And you guys pelting the absolute crap out of him.
yes. Wonder if he logged, to be honest with you.
Okay, Becky should be actually there now.
About 10 seconds on the countdown, yep.
Yep.
She'll catch her at a good time.
I'm kind of half waiting to see if Johnny gets it as well.
I'm sure he'll tell Becky if he gets it.
That's also fair.
Becky's live.
Alright, meeting up in here again. Do. Hitting the raid button. Hitting the Becky button. Finally, I'm streaming late enough to raid Becky. Huzzah! Thanks for the recommendation on that, Zul, because I've been meaning to get her back for this forever. Alright, guys. Thank you all for watching. I know we did a bit of a fake-out ending there. But, yes, thank you all for watching, and have a fantastic rest of your evening. Enjoy Becky's stream. She is my favorite Chaos Goblin, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. She's always awesome. See you all tomorrow in Max stream, and I will be back here on Tuesday. Have a good one, folks.
Are you still in Kansas, Toto? Didn't get blown.